pot brewing. 10,000 effective.
We've seen Rom do this plenty of times before.
4-bet.
4-betting ace king.
I don't think Bex is folding ever. But he's just going to call in position.
Very good flop here for queens.
7, 6, 9, Badoogie. Rom with nut, no pair. It sucks when you 3-bet pre out of position and then get this board specifically. Because, you know, your opponent knows that you rarely have any of this board 3-betting in that specific position, and Bex might just rip it. No, 1,700. He's got plenty behind. He can make it 4,000.
Yeah, you make it like, yeah, like you said, 4,000, and then jam turn.
5,000. 5,000 straight. 3,300 more to call from Rom. You can either rip it or fold. I think calling is probably pretty terrible. Not terrible, but it just doesn't achieve much for you.
When it's fast as tilted, don't give him a fist bump because he'll give you the right hands.
And he's going to rip it, and Bex doesn't want to have to make a big fold, but he's like, what rips it here after I raise? Oh, please don't fold. This is a 6 spot for Rom to put in.
Yeah, I mean, when you think back to the pre-flop action, Ram did 4-bet you pre-flop. So he's repping the top of his range here. Aces, kings, queens. Obviously, Bex does have queens, so it makes it much less likely that Rom could have queens himself.
I mean, 2,800 to win 17,000. I think you have to call basically with any two now.
You have no fold equity. He knows that he has no fold equity. So
it's a little bit of a leveling situation.
He's repping the hands where it's like, I don't care that you have only 3K back because I know I have the best hand. And that's exactly where Beck's mind is right now. But unfortunately, I mean, then you can go back down to the math, right? So 2.8K, we can round out, make about 3K. 3K to win a pot, about 20K. You only need your opponent to be bluffing, you know, about 10-12% of the time in the spot to be profitable. And Rom is a very capable player.
Yeah, which, you know, you feel for Bex because this is like a very tough position, but this is like, all right, if you got me, you got me. I think, unless I'm so out of line, like maybe this is a slam dunk fold. What do y'all think out there in chat pro land? Y'all always have the right answer.
Yeah, I see a lot of people saying that you just have to call just because. And I think he does make the call. Oh,
an ace on the turn, bro.
Oh, makes the right call. Suck out City on the turn. And you see the frustration from Bex. And, I mean, Ace-King works much better as a all-in hand against queens. You do want to see all 5 cards, fully realize your equity.
That hand hurts.
Oh, man. As if you're watching them live.
2 9s for Kyle Z, Resident 250.
Good night, PM. Appreciate the support again at City Hall. You have a good night, sir.
Zane, ace queen off on the button, just calls. Haven't seen a ton of 3-betting from him tonight. Ace jack of hearts for Rom. He's apt to 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind Zane's flat here on the button, especially with the aggressive opponent like Rom in the blinds. Because if you 3-bet and then get 4-bet, you just hate folding such a strong hand on the button like Ace Queen. So this kind of allows him to just be able to call Rom's 3-bet. And in this exact case here, we see that he's dominating him. Yeah, I don't think he's ever folding this on the button. I'd be very surprised if he folds this. So I think that just shows how aware Zane is of what opponents are on his left and right.
2, 3, 5, 9s. Pretty nice flop for 9s. Both Rom and Zane have a wheel draw.
Fairly large bet sizing here for Rom, given the board texture. Not, you know, shouldn't hit too many players' ranges too hard, as Kyle Z does have the best hand right now. Wow.
Kyle Z is going to rip it and ship it.
So this is interesting. I guess if Rom bet 2.2, 3x plus some change is Kalzi's entire stack, and Kalzi knew he was going with it. And Rom's gonna call ace jack high, knowing that he's doing okay against an overpair. Four of hearts.
Oh my gosh.
7 of hearts, and
Just runs
Rom.
too good.
Rom binks the
my
straight on the
gosh.
turn and then rivers the nut flush. Kyle Z,
A great play.
$19,000 pot, and Rom adds a full 10K to
Oh
his
man,
stack.
he's just running so bad tonight.
And no flush. Second nut straight, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like Brian had such a good time last week. He decided to come back.
Now it's good. Okay, we're talking into the abyss for the past 10 minutes. Welcome everybody to another episode of TCH Live. It's my fault, user error. 25-25-50 no limit hold'em live from Texas Card House, Dallas. It's Ben K alongside Derek Data Ing. How you doing, Derek?
Good. I am very good.
Now, this would be really awkward if we actually weren't on mute before and we're saying the exact same thing twice, but this is show business for you, and we have a fun lineup for you tonight. It's a big poker game.
But yeah, as I said earlier, it looks like Brian had such a good week last week, or had such a good time. He decided to come back this week.
Oh, yeah, he made
Like
what,
10K,
20,000, 10,
More than
20,000?
that. Yeah, more than 10K, yeah. 10, 20.
Brian, who famously ran deep in the main event last year,
Yeah,
60th or 68th.
Yeah, that info I think was from Danny. He said that he got like 60th in the World
So
Series
sick.
poker main
I mean,
event
that's like
for about 100K, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good for a 10K
what an
investment.
amazing feeling. And he's a good-looking guy, you know?
Yeah.
It's like if I would love to look like him at his age, you know? He's a good-looking guy, doing well for himself, and clearly ready to play some high-stakes poker. And, you know, Moneymaker's here, JD's here, looks like Bex is here, and Nick,
Newcomer.
who's maybe the newcomer for the table, and Hallie. We've seen him before. And it's always a good night when Moneymaker is chatting early on. Bunch of weird hands. Brian, Jack 4 suited defends. Okay, Bex is going by Neil tonight. Got the hat back. He tried to do the hatless game last week. Back
Yeah,
to
that
old
caught me off
trusty.
guard when he didn't have the hat. I was like, oh, it looks like we got another new player, and then it's just good old Bex. Or Neil, as I should say.
That's right.
If that's the name he'd like to go by.
So you had to show for sure he was taking river with not gold for gold.
Hope everybody out there is having a good night and a good week so far. It's Tuesday. We made it. You know, basically the weekend. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves and sitting down for 4 hours of high-stakes poker action. Again, it's Spin K and Data with you.
Yeah, I'll be here for the first 2 hours, and I don't know if it's supposed to be a surprise or.
Nobody told me it was a surprise, but
Lexo will be joining Ben Kirby for the second half of the stream.
Sir
so
Lexo,
get excited for that.
We're going to have some nice CrossFit discussion, some macros discussion, maybe even talk a little poker while we're at it.
Might as well, right?
And Paul D with a very good point. 3 seats open for TCH Live. If you're trying to take a shot tonight, you're trying to win some life-changing money, there is an open seat for you in Dallas, Texas, where all it's going to take is at least $5,000 US, and you could run it up. I mean, I've seen people win $100,000 US on this game. You know, a couple things have to work in your favor as Nick and Hallie go after it. Nick floating Hallie's flop bet, who's actually betting for value. You know, maybe some cards on the turn improve Nick, but now Hallie's going to maybe try to see a cheap showdown. 5 of hearts on the end, 6 makes a straight. And Nick feels obligated to bet because he's only got queen high. This could be a call here from Hallie.
Yeah, this is a good run out actually for his hand to call with ace king high. But I guess he puts him on some kind of jack and thinks better of it.
Alice says, "What's up, people? Hi, Ben. Hi, Derek. Hi, Alice. Back at you.
What's up, Alice?
Thanks for joining us tonight." Ben Miney says, "Driving back down right now. Be on the mic tomorrow night." Where? I guess something happened with Miney. Nobody tells me anything.
Oh, so he had some family emergency that he had to attend in Wisconsin last week. So him and Angie drove up on Wednesday, during the ice. So that's why I filled in on Wednesday solo.
Oh, okay. Safe travels, Mr. Miney.
Yeah, but they should be headed back in time for the stream tomorrow.
Great. Moneymaker opens pocket 9s to 150. Hallie, base jack. Just defends 2 crushers. Crusher v. Crusher. And how about this board? Broadway draw and ace-high hearts. It's almost a value hand for Hallie. He's got 60% equity versus the 9s and Moneymaker.
Yeah, 2 over, just got shot, and a heart draw.
He might check raise. Do I really have this good of a draw? Moneymaker smiling, just knowing how behind he is when a player double checks. It's like, okay. I now at least know you have 1 heart. Just calls. And a heart. So this maybe is a missed opportunity results-wise. I imagine Moneymaker checks back here unlimited times. His hand is just so vulnerable.
Oh, wow.
Playing the board. He's got to pop it. Moneymaker really staring him down, trying to get a live read. $150.
Really trying to get called by a 10 of hearts or 9 of hearts.
Yeah, squeaker bet. And Hallie with the absolute. Well, he's got the ace high. I guess 8, 9 of hearts is the nuts. But
yeah, I mean, he definitely could have put it in a check raise there on the flop, but against a player like Moneymaker, it'd be a real shame if you get 3-bet on there and had to fold that strong of a hand. So I think he was just trying to make sure he just wanted to take 1 cheap card and evaluate turn.
Makes sense. Producer Coop in the chat. I don't know if y'all saw, but Coop made the final table this past weekend of the 365 20K for stacks. This man nursed a 2 big blind short stack for 3 eliminations and ladders up to like 6th place.
Oh, were you sweating it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just randomly somehow was able to turn it on, and I see Coop there in all of his glory, just printing money versus the field. Very entertaining stream.
It was actually kind of funny.
You were calling it.
Yeah. At one point, well, Pez's mic was muted, and we just didn't know how to fix it.
The entire time?
Yeah, it went for like the first half. And then out of nowhere, I was just like, I had to like play it off and be like, oh yeah, we figured out how to fix it. And then like 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, he gets knocked out. It's like, yes, I obviously didn't want to spoil that Cooper got knocked out because he came into the booth and fixed everything for Pez. But that was a lot of fun commentating with Pez.
Yeah, I was just talking to him out. Y'all were playing at the same table.
Yeah,
earlier.
he actually, I think he stacked me once. So.
Ouch. Yeah, I think he's no fluke. I mean,
Oh, no, he knows what he's doing.
You know, he's not playing the high stakes or anything, but he's consistently winning these smaller buy-in tournaments. And on stream, he's got these results where he'll, he played 1-3 and made 4,000 on one of those next-gen streams. He's pretty good at poker. Pair nines for Brian, continuing his reign of terror against the pros.
Nice hand there for Brian. Just $800 profit there.
I was talking with Danny outside, who plays the Wednesday night game pretty frequently, about this Saturday tournament. I think I'm really going to try to fire that soon. I mean, it's...
Well, if you're going to pick one, you should do this Saturday.
Is it the 500?
It's the big one, yeah. I guess
so tempting. First place was like 30,000 last time.
32, and they chopped it for 25K each, I think.
Yeah, that is money.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to fire at least one bullet in there.
I get the reason behind re-entries, but that's the thing that makes me nervous about the re-entries. It's like, oh, it's a $500 tournament, but I could be out $1,500. Because once you're in it and you get busted, you're like, well, I'm not giving up now.
Right. Honestly, I don't know if there's time to do that many bullets. Like if you play pretty solid and consistent, it's just
How long's late, Reg?
It's 4 hours, but it's just the room was so packed last couple times. If you bust out, you're waiting an hour and a half.
Oh, because alternates and stuff. Oh, interesting.
That's what I meant by that. As Nick here flops bottom two pair.
Sevens versus the nines of Brian. It's kind of a weird board for nines. Third pair, a lot of clubs, a lot of eights can come on the turn to help improve him, but he just gets out of the way smartly.
Yeah, it's not the worst flop, but it's hard to think of any better turn cards because even the 9 on the turn gives your opponent a possible straight.
Yeah. RV Phil in the chat from our Tuesday and Wednesday night games. TCH maybe next week, about to be coaching at a flag football game with my boys.
Yeah,
nice.
Nice, man. RV Phil, we love your play, and we hope to see you back.
Very fun player
he
to watch.
He had a sick hand against OFC. For those of y'all that missed it last Wednesday. And also, it was I don't know if you saw, it was a record Wednesday, it seemed like. We had about 1,500 viewers at one point.
I remember tuning in and being like, well, this is a little offensive because I commentated the Tuesday night. Like, what was the deal?
I mean, it might have been with Lexo playing, honestly, but or maybe the giveaway, but it was crazy because even everyone was really engaging in the likes. Cause,
that's a ton of people for a Wednesday night.
We had a 1-to-1 ratio on like to views, or viewers.
That's dope.
Yeah, which was awesome, and I think that made David really happy to see that.
Yeah, I bet. When you're the producer, you live and die by the stats, and producer David is no exception.
Well, we hope your flag football game goes well, RV Phil.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping in.
Flag football. That's a good time.
Hey, look, Kevin Tipper here. Derek for President 2044.
Oh, wow.
2040.
I don't know if y'all will like his policies.
Poker for all.
Poker and exquisite Chinese cuisine for all.
Yeah,
that's what this man loves.
Make Chinese New Year a national holiday.
Heck yeah. Dude, I can't wait for the day. Like, there's a lot more important things going on in the world, easily. Like, plenty more important things going on in the world. But surely will be a day where the country is just like, you know what, it's not worth. Like, let's just regulate this poker thing nationwide. Let's bring poker stars back. Let's have a third poker boom, second poker boom, whatever, however you see.
I mean, I think I've said this before too. It's always the very, very, very vocal minority that tends to get into politics, especially local politics, right? And
yeah, but they have influence.
But local politics tends to have the most influence, as we're kind of seeing with the whole issue with Dallas. But we won't get too much into that right now.
I think that it's kind of like with some of the other issues that historically have been taboo, like the gunge, as some people call it. Like, that's more accepted around the world. I think poker is. Surely there's marijuana.
Oh,
cannabis.
The gun. Oh, I heard guns. I was like, what?
No, the ganj. And
Brian rivers a straight like a boss to the queen. Surely poker is just like, you know, it's happened in Nevada, it's happened in New Jersey. Hopefully there's enough success there that it can go back to all the states. Maybe that's dreaming, like maybe that's wishful thinking, but I long for the day where I can fire up a horse game in the afternoon during the week, circa 2007.
Man, and I was waiting for the Kevin Tipper zinger, you know, because he always asks me when the wedding's going to be, and I always tell him, like, oh, yeah, we don't know yet, and he's like, he only says that because that's the year after the wedding. 22 years of engagement. Really hope Lauren's not in here.
Surely not, since you've probably made her watch so much of this.
No, she actually really likes tuning in. She actually, last time, she got like a whole hearts out for chat. She was like, shout out to Derek for the awesome job he's doing solo on Wednesday. And like a bunch of people were like, yeah. And I was like, oh, thanks.
It's nice to have a hype man, hype woman.
Oh, wow. And Brian just continuing his run good on the Tuesday night.
Dude, let's go. I love this guy.
But unfortunately, Nick had nothing there. But can you
Flops
imagine
the
if he just had a
joint.
set or two pair? Jeez.
Flops the joint and adding on.
And he has position on JD. Man, this could be a very interesting night if his run good continues.
Buddha Poker Life. I'll do you one better. How about now? You asked for a picture-in-picture. We in here, baby. It's TCH Live. Ben K and Derek Data-ing with you all night long. Well, until 10 p.m. Central Time. Lexo's going to be in here later on, 8 p.m. But sit back and relax. We're playing some high-stakes poker, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can keep the camera on the whole time.
I don't know if y'all want to see our resting faces here while we talk for 4 hours. It's a long time to be on.
I'm normally a lot more lounged, so anytime the camera comes on, I have to like sit up. Moneymaker getting the Ben Kirby walk.
The best kind. I'm wearing a signature blue striped polo, and I did the total like middle-aged man thing and bought basically the same polo that I already had and kept it and wore it. My wife was roasting me. It's like, oh, congrats, you have another blue striped golf polo.
That'd be me with like gray and black.
You're really innovating
shirts.
The fashion.
Yeah.
Into the slot, bounce back onto the read.
You know, I am fortunate that Lauren did watch the other week because she said I had a white shirt on the Wednesday stream, and it was just like blinding to her, like with the light.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she mentions like if you ever do the stream, you should wear like something dark and not, or like something more subtle.
There is like, you know, rules that for clothing on camera, but I just don't follow them. I know like stripes generally don't show up great on a camera, but this is, I don't get a wardrobe budget, so this is what you get.
Could see big one here as Nick 3-bets pocket jacks from the small blind.
Let's go. Let's play a
And I don't imagine Brian's going to fold the sixes here on the button position. 6K
No.
deep. Oh, man. We could see a big one. But
Nick's wild card doesn't know. I mean, Brian doesn't really know how he plays.
hey,
So
but you don't make it to 60th in the main event by making loose calls.
That's
like
right.
that. So, I mean, I can't blame him for that fold, but we're always ready for some action.
yeah, I mean, he's just a solid player. Like I'm sure he doesn't call himself a, you know, sim running pro, but to run deep in the main, yeah, you got to run good, but also
Know when to make folds like that.
yeah, I
Just
mean,
instead of burning
survival.
chips, yeah.
Like you have to play enough, and he's confident enough to get on this table. It's not like he's messing around. Like he may be having a good time, but he's not just like dildoing it, you know. R.I.P.
Is that just a verb now?
I don't know. I just decided that it was. Yeah.
Nick's going to limp in with the 8-4 off on the button as Holly looks up the real one in small blind. Going to put in the raise and take it down.
Just tip 200 to the dealer.
Ah, Julian. Coming right off of our mixed game battle last week.
She likes tuning in because she knows where Derek is at. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's always just like going places, not telling people where he's at.
Good job for the plumber. I just went to the 1-2 game, put 4 light at the table.
But it is good to know where your spouse is. Pocket sixes again for Brian, bumping it to 150. Nick with the 8-7. Now he turning things up a little bit, calling in the cutoff.
Mike Webb says, hello, so if they have $5,000, can I play? Absolutely. That is the minimum buy-in, I believe.
The producer verified it. Mike, there currently is one seat open. And we got four-way action here. Let's go. Queen, 7-4, 2 hearts. Nick with the best of his second pair. Backdoor hearts, 5. So now this is interesting. Brian picks up an open ender. Nick picks up an inside straight draw. Neil and JD both with gutters. Yeah. But Brian's got all their outs. If a 6 comes, that would be sick. I guess maybe not that sick because it would be a 3-way chop.
After checking through on the flop, it really caps Nick's range here, so I could see Brian going for a check raise here, but this is how to just call here. Keep all of his bluffs in case he is bluffing. And he's going to take his 7s to showdown, and they're going to be good, just barely. But yeah, definitely, it could have been a strong play there for Brian if he decided to check raise on the turn after checking through on the flop.
What are you trying to accomplish with that? Just trying to take it down there, or just take over the betting lead?
Yeah, take the betting league, and then it gives you a better opportunity to bluff on the river.
If you miss.
Yeah.
Or you could just hit your hand, and then he could have straight versus 2 pair.
Well, and like I said, it really puts a lot of pressure on the weaker second pair holdings, which he exactly had right there.
Yeah, like you even give him a chance to fold the 7s.
When he checks the flop like that.
Good point.
On a heart draw flop. Oh, looks like Mike Webb says, thanks, I'll be coming.
Let's go.
All right, we have a chat.
Hit the ATM, max it out, and get over here, baby.
We got someone straight from the YouTube chat into the game. I've always wanted to see that because I don't think that's ever happened.
I've seen it happen once where
okay.
Maybe it's the same guy. I can't remember his name, but he was chatting and it said, wait a second, if I came right now, I could play. And we were like, yeah, dude. And he showed up. I can't remember what his name was. It could have been Mike Webb. I don't know.
Well, and if you're on the way, Mike Webb, we'll try to make sure Cooper holds that seat for you as long as he can.
Hold the phones. JD flops a set.
What's new?
A middle set of aces. Nick with a 7 and an ace. So what does JD do here? Raises it to 5. Instant fold from Nick.
That man flops more sets on stream than I've ever seen.
He's the best. And somehow he's up $1,300.
It feels like we're in pain every time JD.
Chat Pro Meetup could be, if there's enough Dallas, if people flew in. I don't see why we couldn't do a Chat Pro Meetup if the vloggers can do it as well.
We pretty much had one last 1-3 stream. We had Alice in there, PM, and then Tez. So we had 3.
That's dope.
Yeah, and then plus 3 next gen. So it was.
Mike says it'll be his debut. GG's. Hey, you
good
can do
luck,
it, bro.
Mike.
You can make $40,000 tonight.
Well, I hope you get here before I have to leave the stream.
Yeah, let's go.
So get off the YouTube channel and start driving.
Don't YouTube and drive. Ryan with Ace King. He's going to 3-bet it. And Neil's going to fold. Brian's lost like 1 pot he's been involved in.
Oh, no, he really said that.
Time to be the next big name player. All right, man, we're waiting for you.
Seriously, we've seen players that are not pros here make stacks and stacks of high society on the good night. And you kind of have an advantage being an unknown. You don't know how you play. You can take advantage of that a bit. Just got to tread lightly. And don't play scared money. Scared money is lost money at this table. And there's nothing to be scared of.
Here's the 150 from JD with King 4 of spades. Nick can defend his big blind. 7-5 of diamonds.
King 7-9, 2 clubs. Nick likes a 7. He's paired the 7 like 3 hands in a row. JD with top pair. Gonna milk him in Value Town. 89% equity for JD with his pair. He's gonna check back, maybe trying to pot control a bit. 9 on the end, kings and 9s with a 7. Nick's gonna donk, JD's gonna instant call. And JD making the max with the king 4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great check on the turn. Definitely a way ahead or way behind situation. So, you know, really, again, it creates an opportunity for Nick to bluff on the river if he wants to, and then, you know, gives him a little pot control, too, if he is way behind against a better king. Nicely played there by JD.
JD plays pretty good. Plays pretty good poker cards. Poker card games.
Address, please.
Oh, that would be good.
Well, if you
Type in Texas Card House, Dallas.
Yeah, use Google Maps or Apple Maps, whatever map you have on your phone, and
Or
look
if
up
you
Texas Card House Dallas.
or look up Harry Hines Boulevard and drive until you see the Sam Moon Shopping Center.
Yeah, that's another good one too. Look up Sam Moon Shopping Center. That's. we're
But I
in
mean,
that
Texas
area.
Card House is very much right there on Google Maps.
Basically, Rio soap operas.
WrestleMania 332. JD versus Moneymaker main event.
Ace King 3 flop, 2 hearts. Nick with a pretty good flush draw. Hallie top pair with a 6. Moneymaker with second pair. Bet at 200 from Nick. Moneymaker smartly gets out of the way. Vipo asks, why don't y'all open a poker place in Houston? And pow!
Yeah,
I've just opened a Texas Card House in Houston. If you Google TCH Houston, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Wow, man.
Just like that.
The power of Ben Kirby.
I mean,
Just.
guys, I've got an MBA. I do business, okay?
That's
this is how we
insane.
do things.
I mean, how did you get? You got the CEO.
I got
you
the permits. I
permit,
got the
You got it built.
business
You got the
plan.
employees.
I raised the
chips.
funds. I did the recruiting, the training.
That was like 5 seconds.
I started the Instagram. You know, we're live. Man, the power of Google compels you.
Yeah, no. I've seen that. Yeah, in like a client's bathroom.
JD winning the most tonight so far.
Any update on the city trying to close you down? Not yet. I mean, we had. I thought the meeting went pretty well that Tuesday, but decision's been postponed until March 22nd, and I believe it's gonna be another hearing that's gonna be open to the public as well. So feel free to come support your favorite room in Dallas, March 22nd.
Thanks for subscribing, Kiki Crazy and AKA Gaming. Thanks for joining us tonight. You're joining a very exclusive club of 42,500 other subscribers. Welcome.
Something you've seen Ricky Bobby.
Exactly.
Did you already get AKA Gaming? in
I
there?
did,
Oh,
I
you
did.
All right. Oh, wait, okay. We got a hand here. Moneymaker just going to call Nick's raise from the button as Neil wakes up with the aces.
Oh, let's go. And Nick's in there with the 10-5, baby.
I'm already liking this Nick character.
Yes, let's go. Pretty even stacks. And King 6-4, 2 clubs, the world for Neil. Aces and the ace-high club redraw.
And a 3-bet pot.
Half pot.
Neil essentially has the nuts here. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice hand. Hey, props to Nick. We appreciate somebody that's willing to get in there with a suited gapper on a Tuesday night. It's a lot easier to commentate a poker game where they're splashing around than it is raise, everybody folds.
German rap. Also known as German crap.
I tried to, he sent me something in German, I googled it, and some guy looking like Eminem looking popped up.
I don't know if he's watching, but I was talking to Moneymaker, German Moneymaker off stream before we started, and he said it's actually Niraj Bhatia's birthday today. Niraj famously donates these just outlandish amounts to the stream and is a huge friend of the stream.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So happy birthday. Niraj, if you're out there watching, I'll give you a shout out if you make yourself known later, if you're not on the stream yet.
I think he gets pretty busy with work from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean,
on
he's
the
like a
live stream.
VC, a business owner, owns a bunch of stuff. So happy birthday to you if you're out there.
Unfortunate flop for Holly here as JD flops top pair. No kicker.
I'm open folding jacks versus JD just because you know he's going to flop the world like this. Chris Sturdy, $4.99 super chat. I saw Sturdy earlier.
Yeah, yeah. I think he might still be playing.
Post Malone playing some poker tonight. That's his long-lost brother, I think. Squiro says, Niraj, best granola bars ever. That's right.
Yeah, I guess we're just missing the face tattoos, right?
JD, top pair, no kicker, facing a decision, 150.
What a bet here from JD. I think he realizes since it went check on the turn, Holly does have a hand like pocket jacks, queens, maybe king queen. So he's targeting those exact hands with this bet sizing. Nice hand for JD. Yeah, and I think I mentioned it before. I was like, JD's one of those people I would never show my hand to, just because like he's already so good at hand reading his opponents. So just give him to that extra reassurance. Is like, oh, geez, no.
He's that like double threat where he's a crusher and also a nice, personable guy. And so, you know, it's like you want to talk with a guy that is personable, like you want to make friends and everything, but everything you say to him, he is going to use against you in the nicest way possible, and it's going to stack you. And so it's like it really behooves you to not really engage unless you're like Kyle Z and you play 10,000 hours with each other. Maybe.
This is 20, but it's a live stream. All right, 200.
Thank you again for that super chat, Sturdy. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Ace Jack of Clubs rally, raising it to 200.
Hope you crushed it on the tables today.
Over to Neil with an inferior Q10 of clubs, but it's tempting. This is why, you know, these spots are kind of three better fold, because you can really get yourself in trouble being out of position with a suited gapper, and you know you can see how dominated he is. King 5-6.
Wow, I saw that first club and I thought there was another one underneath. I was like, wow, this could be dangerous.
Hallie's still ahead.
Ace High still in the lead. Backdoor clubs for both Neil and Holly. And next to me betting out with the second worst hand.
Miney, I'm not answering your question. He asked, how many players entered this tournament?
Oh my gosh. What was the buy-in?
What
What time did it start?
Is this real money?
Yeah. And wow. Holly going for the raise here.
I like it. So Nick leads with the second nut low draw.
And I've done this a lot myself. After being the pre-flop aggressor and someone just donks into you, you know, it tends to not be that strong. As players aren't very balanced in that sense. So you know, when you're like, oh, this range hits my this board hits my range way harder than yours. I'm just gonna put you to the test here. And it's exactly what Holly did there. Nice play.
There's some exploitative spots where if it's like a total noob and you know they're purely betting for value, you can fold all of your hands there except your value hands, and it's like they allow you to fold when you would have lost another bet. But you're right, if you're playing with a player that's at least minor thinking about it, I've seen people talk about it online, it's like, I treat it as a check. Like if you're a pre-flop raise or somebody donks into you on a weird board or a board that hits your range better, just treat it as a check and do your betting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played there by Holly.
Yeah.
And
perfect
says,
result for that hand.
My brother's moving to Texas in a couple months to hoping to visit him and stop by to play some cards along the way. Yeah,
let's go.
Absolutely. Do you need to be 21 to play or 18? 18 is the minimum age to play at Texas Card House, Dallas. Vipa Treviso says, I plan to play with tax money.
Yeah, you and me both.
Bet of 600 from JD on the river, and snap call from Nick as he rivers trips. Caught JD bluffing there with the 7 deuce of hearts.
Oh, a little vindication for Nick.
I wonder if they're playing the 7 deuce game.
That would really be great. They're not. JD was just
JD just
air.
having some fun there. You know, I think he did that specifically against Nick. Cause Nick seems like a guy that likes to splash around. So you know, he was kind of encouraging it by showing him that, you know, I can bluff too. The 7 deuce to hearts. Moneymaker with a suited ace here. Gonna raise it up to 150. Neil with the dominating suited ace. Just gonna call behind. It's gonna invite JD into the pot as well on the button. And probably Nick as well with the suited Doyle Brunson. And it'd just be absolutely insane here if Holly did find the fold.
That would be fun.
5 ways to a flop here. It could spell trouble for multiple players. It becomes king high or ace high. Queen 3-3 and pocket 8 still in the lead.
JD knows it. He's going to thin the field a bit.
Amen to God. No, I believe JD would bet that hand, so he was trying to get Nick to fold.
They've played 7 deuce in the past, which always is, I think it's really good for the viewership, but they haven't played that in probably a year. Or at least the streams that I've commentated. Bo says, I played 2-5 with Brian one time. And Neil is going to bet 550 on the end. I don't think JD's going anywhere. With third pair, this is a unconnected. Okay, well, should I quit now or am I fired?
I think he was just giving Neil credit for that queen.
Yeah, I guess it's just, yeah.
After getting called, I mean, the line makes sense.
We
right?
get to see all the cards, and so it's like.
Yeah, check, call, flop, check, turn, lead, river. It's pretty strong.
Yeah. Well,
it's hard to put him on anything but a queen.
I've been at this for a long time, so I'm usually pretty confident about what's going to happen, but, you know, you miss them every once in a while.
Nobody wants to do a patio when you can do a house.
Couldn't even get a quote. I called with 3 different people. Messages.
Wow, and the run good just continues for Brian.
Brian's got the pointy boys. Moneymaker's got KQ.
Oh man, when that first card flipped, I saw the king, and I thought I was like, oh no, it can't be king, skin it.
Uh-oh, Moneymaker flops. Top pair with the queen, Brian with aces.
Definitely get at least 2 streets of value from Moneymaker, I think.
Monotone board, Brian stares him down. I don't think Moneymaker raises this very often, it just calls. Spade.
Oh, this is the worst card for both players.
Moneymaker not shy about his disgust for that turn card. 300, Brian continues betting.
You gotta check the spade.
Brian takes it down. He didn't have a spade either, but he had heart.
Nice hand there for Brian.
Hallie actually winning right now, 1,200. The stacks are going to go way up from here, folks. Don't you worry. The swings haven't been very large so far, but we've only been at this for 40 minutes.
Vic Wong says JD's on the wrong table. He couldn't call that. Oh boy.
Oh, bang bang.
Shots fired.
As Chicago Joey used to say.
I think Vic, I think he was one of our many subs that joined us on Wednesday night. So I don't think he's seen any of our Tuesday streams yet. So stay tuned. There's some fun action you'll see here from some of these high stakes players, Vic.
JD
Welcome back, by the way.
Is one of the best players in town.
Try to sell it to me at the poker table like 10 times. I see my Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
When Bitcoin goes to 0, I think one start of all European poker players are broke.
Moving on the poker game.
I think it'll be a bigger percentage. It's like minimum one start of poker players.
Neil's gonna bet his range here. Did that backdoor diamonds go along with his jack high? But take it down.
Robert Hanna says hello from Sweden. Hello back at you, Robert.
We got 600 of y'all in the chat now. Thank y'all for joining us this Tuesday evening. Welcome to High Stakes Tuesday.
TCH Live, baby.
25.50. I don't think they're ever bringing back that $10 small blind just to,
No.
just for the ease of
Red
yeah.
chip's gone forever.
Yeah, but you got commentary with Ben Kirby and Derek.
Good evening.
Hope y'all are enjoying yourselves.
So they have these big generators.
Sit on the couch maybe after a long day at work.
The
Coming home
best.
from rush hour, hit in with your puppy or cats, or I don't know what kind of pet you'd have on the couch, but
This is the best
Guinea
way
pig?
to
I don't
spend your Tuesday evening. What better way other than maybe firing some cards yourself?
the Moneymaker just flops the third nut flush. I think we're going to see some action here from Nick as he's drawing with the jack high flush.
I wonder what happened to Joey Ingram. Anybody out there know what happened to Joey Ingram? He was on a
think he just
tear there
got-
for a while.
I think he just got burnt out from some of the podcasts.
I mean, he was
watched
putting out a
him,
ton
yeah.
of content. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he got burnt out and was just like, ugh.
Yeah, his Twitter profile says he's an investor, a Bitcoin guy, so maybe he's
And he's been playing
focusing
more,
on
I think,
crypto.
too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No,
So when he like gets into
Evangelist for the
something,
PLO.
yeah.
What were you saying?
From my understanding, like when he gets into something, he's like completely dives into it.
Obsessed.
So like I think when he got back to playing, he just stopped creating content.
I kind of do the same too. That obsessive personality, it's hard to have any balance. Fishing 902 with a good question. Where's Bildo?
What's his name?
I couldn't tell you. Bildo hasn't been here since June of 2021.
Brandon L says, "How do I get on this table? Invite only? No, sir. We don't have any open seats. We have one open seat, but I think someone is on their way to fill it."
Moneymaker opens to 250 with the KJ of hearts. Nick in there with the Queen 9 suited. I hope these guys battling out tonight. Oh, baby. Queen 9 of hearts.
Wow, what a
Queens and
flop.
nines for Nick and a straight flush draw for Moneymaker.
Wow, and the check raise from Nick here as he's gonna definitely not gonna slow play his bottom two pair here.
Moneymaker's got a Broadway draw and a very good flush draw. What do you do
Gutter
here if you're
ball to the
Moneymaker?
straight flush.
I think you just call and try to realize.
With 3.8K back, I think I'd probably show.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
he's just going to rip it and ship it.
Yeah, you want to get it in when you're in the head, when you have the good equity here, 43%.
I like to see the hands before I say that. I like to see it before I say that. One time.
Interesting.
One time, guys.
I hope it comes. Well, maybe not. King. That's even more
got
outs.
some counterfeit outs now.
Ace, king, a jack, a
Yeah,
10, a heart. Heart.
All right, and there's the heart. Nice hand there for
Should have
Moneymaker.
run it twice.
Oh, is he out?
Nice hand.
Moneymaker, I mean, he had so many outs, especially with the king coming on the turn. What do you think about that? Where I still
mean,
understand.
it-
I've been
it
at this for a
doesn't-
long time. I don't know what the etiquette is.
It doesn't affect my decision at all.
But like,
I
who
mean, I
gets
guess-
final say?
I guess I'll say in general etiquette, it's usually you don't want to be like I want to see your hand first before I decide. Like, but some players
I've
like
seen other people do that, but
some players agree to like show their hands. Like, all right, then we'll decide.
and I also don't know why that would affect. I don't know. What do y'all think in the chat? Like,
He saw that he was drawing and was like, I don't want him to get twice the chop it, so he just wanted to win it all. Yeah.
but then is it the person that calls the all-in bet that gets the decision making on once or twice?
Oh,
Because Moneymaker proposed 2 times,
Sure.
and then he just says, "I want to run it once," and that's that.
I always like to let the person that's all in to decide. That's my personal etiquette. Is like if someone's their whole stack's at risk, I let them decide.
I see. That's a good. I think that's a
Yeah.
good rule of thumb.
If they care, like I generally like to run it once, but like if they bring it up, I'm like, all right, whatever you want,
Yeah.
because you know they're the one all in, you know, they're risking the whole stack, you know.
Yeah.
So that's how I am with it. But if like if they ask me, then I'll say one time. But like if they bring up that what they want to do, I'll usually concede to like whatever the person that's all in.
Interesting.
Like I don't like to just like go back and forth on it. So like if someone asks me directly, they're like, hey, what do you want to do, once or twice? I'll always say once. But like if they're insistent on like, hey, I really want to run it twice, and it's like, that's whatever. I'll let them do it.
It was a big one. That made up for a bunch.
I just don't like it when someone asks once or twice, and then they like start tanking.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Because I've heard Bart Hansen talk about it several times. It doesn't affect anything. It just reduces the variance.
The short-term variance.
The
yeah.
equities are the same.
Yeah,
The math is the same.
They're two individual hands.
Yeah, like 56% is 56% over 10,000 hands or one hand, right? Like I think.
You're just doing 50% over two hands.
Yeah.
And long term over 10,000 hands doesn't mean anything, but short term could
Right.
mean a chop, or you can lose or win
Right.
$10,000.
You know, playing no limit as a limit guy, I like the multiple times just because no limit isn't that like getting felted is just never fun to me. So I'm trying
Right.
to reduce. Like I'm just weak. That's why I prefer limit. And so like but I will play no limit. I've played no limit for years and years and years. But to run it twice, that seems more reasonable to me. Or like that reduces the stress to me. I think. But it seems there's something about that doesn't feel great if you're like, I want to see your hand first. It's like, all right, let's decide.
Yeah, generally you're not supposed to.
It's an interesting spot. Let us know what you think in the chat. Very interested about this because there's no book on this. Like there's no.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I don't think even maybe I was out of line to say it's poor etiquette because I don't think it affects. It doesn't change anything, right? Like
Yeah.
what we were saying. So like, whether he sees the cards or doesn't see the cards, it's
But
kind of relevant.
I think
Two more on the way, and
whoever.
and a flip. Big flip.
I'd be interested to know what the actual what the majority thinks is the correct etiquette in terms of who decides if we're running it once or twice. Because I think there could be a poor etiquette way of handling that and saying like, hey, F what you want, we're going to do what I want. It's like, I want to know who actually gets, I don't know, maybe you just said this, but it's still not sitting with me. I know like your rule of thumb is whoever's all in, you give it to, but I would like to know if anybody else has a rule of thumb for that.
Maybe it depends. I think there's a lot of factors, right? Like it depends on who the player is. Maybe if like you play with another regular that you have like a good rapport with. Like
Yeah.
it's like you have a
Right.
general.
It's a conversation.
You have a general like unwritten rule with each other. It's like we're always gonna run it twice because like we play with each other all the time. I mean, I've seen Moneymaker run it once before, so I think he was just extending that courtesy to Nick as the newcomer. Moneymaker's been playing for years. I think he understands kind of the dynamics of the table. It's like, no, the newcomer, you don't want to like scare him away.
Right.
You know,
It's like, so if you want to run it twice, I'll run it twice.
Yeah.
But he says, I want to see your hand. All right, one time.
And you know, and Moneymaker obliged, which he had every right not to, but he was very courteous and decided to do that.
But what happens if Moneymaker says, no, I want to run it twice? And he's like, no, I want to run it once.
One time always stands before twice.
Okay.
Yeah. The moment someone doesn't agree with each other, then
Kinda like chopping a
it always just go
tournament.
to once. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Was there a deuce out there? Oh. Your pocket pair? You folded?
What a nit.
Aaron Ho says totally out of line. So I mean, I guess he agrees with me on that end, but
No, I think he's saying you calling it poor etiquette was out of line.
oh, is that? Oh, he's saying that to me.
Yeah, he's a little offended unnecessarily.
Oh,
We're all having a conversation here.
my apologies if I offended you.
So, no, it's,
Is that Aho?
I think it's a different Aaron Ho. Kings 3-bet from Neil. 3-3-4. Brian, wow, flops the steel wheel draw. This could all get in here, depending. If it comes King of Diamonds.
Must have been bad pair, like 3. I had space also be crushed.
$400 from Neil, and Brian raises to $1,500.
probably. I mean, it
with-
wouldn't be unreasonable for Neil to jam here. Which is we see it's a pure coin flip. Wow, and
So this is a 3-bet from Neil.
a rare 3-bet we see from Neil on the flop.
4K total.
And I mean, diamonds, gutter to the straight.
Call. Call.
Wow, we could see a 10, like a 15K pot
Yeah,
here.
Brian just calls. There's 9,000 in the pot. Both players have like half an SPR.
A 5 would be so disguised.
7 of clubs. So Brian's got the nut low, but still drawing, and he's probably going to rip it and ship it. And I think he got a call now.
Yeah, he's definitely getting the right price to call.
How much is it exactly?
I wonder if he's trying to figure out if his ace is good if it does hit, because you know Neil could very well have aces in the spot. So if his aces aren't live, then he only he loses 3 outs. But even then, I think he'd still get the right price. As we're seeing, the pot is now a total 13.4K, 4.3 more K to call. So 4.3K to win a pot of almost 18,000.
Yeah, this is the math makes this a slam dunk.
Yeah, he only needs like 25%.
Maybe it's not a slam dunk then. I mean, it's
Yeah,
I think
Ryan makes the correct call, math-wise. He is behind, but you know, not drawing dead.
17,000, almost $18,000 pot going one time. Big river card coming.
Oh, I thought that was a
4.
5. And ace high is then no good as Neil scoops a $17,600 pot.
Ooh, Neil adds $9,000 to his stack. Kings versus the steel wheel draw of Brian, and unfortunately, Brian can't suck out.
Excuse me, guys. I thought that was a 5 when it kind of looked like a 5 from the top view.
It's all right. The top is sometimes hard to see. Nice hand of Neil. Let's go. Let's have some more of those. Big pots tonight, baby. 25, 25, 50, no limit, and the stakes are going up. Brian's pulling out cheddar. We've got a poker game now, boys and girls. Cash plays. I wish. That'd be so baller if Cash could play, but barely any places do that anymore.
Oh, okay. Aaron Ho says bad troll.
Generally, tone is not conveyed in the YouTube chats.
It's all good. It's all good.
Nice hand to Bex. And Brian, just like that, adds on 10,000 like a boss.
So bad. So bad.
I wonder if they still would have gone once if they got it all in on the flop. But, I mean, I think I've seen Bex go both ways. Oh, another new player.
Oh, let's go. Garrett in the house.
What the heck is going on? We're just, it's like with a new challenger approaching, like with the.
It would be hilarious just once for them to sit down and them see the blinds, and they're like, oh, is this not 2-5?
Yeah.
Like, no.
they come in with like stacks of reds. Yeah.
Yeah, four racks of reds.
I feel good to Thank you.
If you like $17,000 pots and more coming, hit that like button for us if you're enjoying the stream. It's Ben K, Derek, the one and only Data Ing in the house with you tonight.
708 people in the live stream so far, so pretty good.
Let's go. Good evening.
Hour into the stream.
Appreciate everybody joining us and for hitting that like button if you're enjoying the stream.
Chris Nauman says, how old is Moneymaker? Older than you think. Older than you think.
You know, he's got a fresh face.
I think someone told me that he's been playing poker for like 15 years. So.
Yeah, he was in the. Him and I were talking about it when he was in the booth last week.
So he's been playing professionally, I think, right, for 15 years. So
Yeah,
there's no telling how
he's been
long.
at it
Yeah,
for
I mean,
a long time.
well, we could leave that up for y'all.
He's a computer when it comes to this game. I mean, he is a crusher. Brian wasting no time with the 2 red tanks. Pocket 10s, 3-betting to 600. Back to Neil, who's
Maybe playing a little rush. It's out of the way.
Sweat for a second.
Well, I was ready. That was a decent hand. I was ready to get it back.
Right away. Get back right away.
Chris Norman says he's either 22 or 41. How about neither?
Neil, can I steal a stack of black?
Ricardo Soka says, how did the city council voting go? Is Dallas Poker getting canceled? Not as of right now. I mean, in my opinion, I thought the meeting went very well. But they did decide to postpone that decision until March 22nd. And if you're in the Dallas area and you want to support Dallas Poker, you could go ahead and join us at Dallas City Hall, March 22nd.
Save DallasPoker.com.
They're charging the seller too.
So Neil bumped it to 150. Hallie with the Q5 of diamonds defends. 9, 3, 5, 2 hearts. Top for Neil and backdoor hearts. Hallie with second pair.
My first reaction is like, guys make a ticket size just like 5% and just like passion project. Probably not.
Now the Queen of Hearts is not an out, as it would give Neil a flush.
Ace on the end. Neil didn't need it, but he's got top 2. I don't think a bet does much here for Hallie. He's going to check it one more time. Neil, heater check.
At a 300, definitely targeting other 2-pair holdings. Definitely a spot where if you get raised massive, definitely put on the spot, as the flush and some straights do get there.
Resale market, they charge you a lot of fees for buying them. They're also charging the seller for listening.
Let's see if Holly's gonna. He hasn't folded yet. Let's see if he decides to turn his hand into a bluff. And, wow, insane play here, but I don't think he's running the top of Neil's range here, though.
This could be one of those nights for Neil where everything goes his way. He's not folding.
They're getting kickbacks from Ticketmaster.
Wow.
Ticketmaster
Just
pays them.
taking a minute to compose himself, I think.
Maybe trying to think about what value hands, check raise, river. I mean, check raise, river bluffs are very infrequent.
Well, if it's a resale,
Yeah, they're very, very strong and polarized, for sure. Because, I mean, you don't really think that many flushes or straights would just check the river over to your opponent after it goes check on the turn. And I think Neil did set this out. You know, he was just had too good of a hand with top 2 pair. It does make the call.
that's why it's really hard to like buy tickets to Facebook.
Dustin Curley says, D-Rock in the building. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Aaron Ho says, you guys ever have limit games at TCH? Thoughts on limit versus no limit?
Limit is
limit is
best
king for
form of poker, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
I prefer no limit, and I respect your decision.
No limit's fun if you don't want to interact with anyone or have good feelings in your body. If you want to play poker and still feel okay about life, limit is the way to go.
You see, I can't play limit hold'em. That's the thing. I like limit
Limit
style
hold'em
games.
is so fun to me because you can play 70% of hands. The hands go really quick, and your decisions are limited. Now, granted, okay, I'm being a little facetious because there's a lot of things about no limit that make it a lot more interesting to a lot of people. I get the hype around no limit, especially like the prospect of a huge come up where you can like run a stack of 300 into 4,000.
Right.
It's a little harder to do that playing limit unless you're playing higher limit.
You're obviously also risking a lot more. The variance is a lot higher. And
Yeah, and it's just different variance. Like you can definitely spew a ton playing limit. It's just structured a little different. As Neil's got 2 pair again, aces and 7s.
but the one-liner for the flush does come in. And Jay does a club check. And gonna relinquish his hand.
My bro Julian's in the chat. He's got my back. He says limit makes games are the nuts. We played 5-10 limit last week on Thursday.
Well, how was that?
It was fun. I won $13, I think. So I played for 3 hours or so. Made $13.
Yeah, so I guess to answer your question, Aaron, we do spread limit games here once in a blue moon. Usually it's when a few dealers or employees decide to come here and play. It's like we want to play some limit mix games or
early 21. We had several weeks where we played 10-20 Omaha 8, which was super fun. But it's just so hard to get people to consistently show up. It's interesting because it's like people will show up and always have a full list for all the PLO and no limit games. And I know there's limit players in the room, but rarely do people want to like get a list started and try to get interest. It's just interesting.
Yeah, I want to play horse again, honestly.
Horse is really fun.
Do like a 10-20 horse game.
Yes, it's super fun. We've played that as a home game. Well, I guess we played more like 6-12 or 8-16 or something with some of the dealers. But yeah, if we could get a regular limit game at TCH, that would really level everything up for me. But also, I am up here once a week, so I don't get an opinion.
Mark Henry agrees with you, I guess. He says limit is for socializing, no limit is for making money.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because, you know, all the limit games you're going to find probably aren't that high stakes unless you're in Vegas, Atlantic City, or LA. Like, you know, there's much higher stakes limit there, which I prefer. But I'm super excited about it this summer because I think I'm going to be able to make it to the series at some point to play. I'm either going to play the 1500 limit hold'em, the 1500 stud 8, or if the stars align, maybe the 1500 horse in June.
That
And then
like
at the
fun.
same time, it's like you know there's going to be some good limit mixed games going on during the series. Super excited about that. But it would be awesome. Like even, you know, up north, they would always have a 4-8 limit hold'em game every single day. But for some reason, that doesn't go down here. It's just interesting.
Looks like we got our first like goal, 300 Lex by 8:30 p.m. So we can do it, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
hour and a half. Garrett flops a pretty good flush draw. Nobody else has much of anything. JD's got bottom pair. Garrett in the house. Another wild card. Who is he?
Does anybody know him?
Where
Does he
is he
play here
from?
regularly? I haven't seen him here.
I don't know. He's rocking the stash. He just takes down his first pot of the night, I think.
So $300. Cash him out.
That's right. That's right. Groceries
for
are paid for.
Go pay for a steak dinner.
Augustine Strange says, when you play limit poker, you better have the goods because people will call you with any pair of draw. Yeah, I mean, it's a different mindset than no limit. Like, it's about extracting an extra bet or saving an extra bet compared to trying to stack somebody.
You got to think in terms of big bets.
Yeah, and, you know, the best players are the ones that can make the correct folds to save one bet or can extract another bet.
Just trying to win the 2 to 3 big bets an hour, right?
That's right.
you're
But, you
playing
know,
limit.
like if you're playing 4-8, you're not going to beat the rake if you're playing at any place that's
$5 cap or $6
yeah,
cap. Yeah,
but
like a
any
bullet.
higher, you know, like you can start to make some serious money once you get into the 20-40 and above range. But again, you got to be rolled for it because it's not like completely safe poker. Like you can still lose your entire stack. It's just going to take a little longer.
Wow, and what a flop here for Garrett as he flops a straight and flush draw, though Brian does have his outs again. Imagine he might go check to Garrett, who has a decision here. Does he want to bet his flush draw against an opponent like JD? Gonna bet $500. And this might get it done here as Brian just has pocket sixes. And nice play there by Garrett, winning another pot.
A little under that one. Bet 7 was a 6 when he talked.
Brian's on my back here.
I wanted to call.
Carl, the chat pro says 10-20 limit hold'em was my bread and butter.
Yeah, that's a story for a lot of people, and that used to be, you know, that game would run a ton online back in the day. That used to be a pretty standard, kind of like a 2-5 game would run in most card rooms. But now it is like pulling teeth to get a list going for a limit game that's higher than 4-8, and basically, I mean, or most card rooms, unless there's historically been a limit community. So like at Commerce, there's always higher stakes limit. At Borgata, there's always, you know, 150, 300, 300, 600 type limit games going.
Yeah, those limit games just seem massive. I
Hustler.
mean, they probably have 100K stacks.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah, and they're there.
Oh, man, look at this hand.
Pocket aces for Garrett. You know, Hustler has 100, 200, 25, 50 limit. So there's places you can play it, but you know, for whatever reason in Texas, everybody wants to play no limit. It seems like, which is annoying,
Okay,
but
we're
also
gonna go
like
3 ways.
can't complain.
Flop.
Oh baby.
Top sets.
So Garrett flops the world. It's monotone board though. Rocking the stash and the c-bet. And he just gets bet and take it.
And 3 hands in a row, he's up. $1,700.
And that's just so like typical new player manipulation. Everybody's like, show it, show it. And, you know, they end up peer pressuring the guy to show his hand.
Vic Wong says, who's the most famous poker player you've played with? For me, JD. JD, Kyle. Honestly, just I don't really play outside of Texas or you know, casinos up north.
Yeah.
So I mean, anyone that's you've seen on the stream, I probably played with at least once or twice.
Wine Gardens has a few limit games still going. Same for, actually Wine Gardens has a ton of limit games. I played, I think it was 12-24, half stud 8, half big O. What a weird structure.
Half stud 8, half big O.
12-24 limit, half stud 8, half big O limit. Ridiculous.
With a kill? With a full kill?
I think there was a kill for the if you scooped.
Oh, okay. Look at this. Holly gonna defend his third blind.
Brian with straight draw and a pair of 8s.
Holly with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Gonna make the call.
Interesting. Hallie might have a plan for later streets. He's got 7s and jacks. Brian's got 8s and jacks. Quick check. Hallie might sense a little weakness with this check. You know, most jacks continue betting, save for like completely nutted hands. I don't know. So Hallie's gonna take the lead now.
Brian seems like a good thinking player, you know, and the jack on the turn makes a lot less likely that Holly could have a jack in his hand. So he's repping a very thin range of hands at this moment, but he's going to get it done. The pressure's going to work. And Holly takes it down.
Jedi Master Ted just rolled a certain amount of points and lost. And now he has 1,230,000.
Yeah.
But his number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 loyalty points.
Oh my gosh.
I think he did that on purpose.
He had to have calculated because he bet 4,858. So he was hoping
to lose.
That, yeah. There you go, Jedi Master Ted. Some people just have too many points to spare, I guess. They can just bet whatever amount they want.
Yeah,
Every
that's
time
wild.
I've bet, I've lost. I think I've lost 4 in a row.
Jeez.
Yeah, and I've just gambled all of them. And
Garrett with the KQ versus, excuse me, Queen 10 a moneymaker.
Yeah, but you guys not.
Resorts World, Manila.
That's a vacation.
It was a
That's not
casino in Manila. Resorts World just had like a new place. They just built one downtown on the strip in Las Vegas. It's an Asian brand, you know. Yeah, so he's just gonna stay like a big like casino to start with.
and on the turn, doesn't really change too much here.
Like all the major cities.
Well, let's see if Moneymaker takes this as an opportunity to try to take this pot down.
He's definitely capable. This is a anybody's board.
Great sizing here, you know, because of a hand like a hand that he had that contained an 8. You wouldn't really want to bet too big here.
Garrett's body language shows that he's probably folding. Gotta be aware of that kind of stuff where if a person's interested in the hand, they'll communicate it with their body language sometimes. That looked like he was more fit or fold.
About 2 weeks in Asia, you're just like depending where you're at. You have to find some.
Somebody mentioned Resorts World on the stream. They play like, I think they have an 8-16 mixed game that runs regularly and like an 81-60 mixed game that runs regularly as if I can afford that. I can't afford that.
That weekend in between.
One
I
day.
went and found like there's like a whole expat section where like I'm just trying to get away with it. Won it. So I went and found a British pub that had some fish and chips. You know, and watched some.
Ace 3 of diamonds for Brian.
Everybody had British accent.
I have 11 TCH life points. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Big spender.
Here we go.
I just get like 2 hours. You know, so like
The
big
gamble all. Can I break the curse?
back to the street markets.
Can I break the curse?
It was cool. I had a good time in Hong Kong.
PM says Ben and Derek. We've got 5 locals instantly for a chat pro game. Me, Alice, Pez, Captain Under Pairs, and Rena. I'm sure there's 4 more around. I mean, if you get commentators involved too, like that's a full table.
I don't really speak any English.
Oh, there we go.
They still do something.
Did you win?
Like Google Maps and
Rolled a 95.
Kofi worked really, really
Congrats on your success. All of your success.
Got 33 points. So.
Great job.
well. In some ways, the system is huge. And
Moneymaker putting in a heat on Garrett. 3 betting to $600.
a couple different floors and stuff, and like you don't know if you're actually underground or above ground. I mean, you really don't know. It's like a shopping mall. You drop
Garrett
down
does have a suited ace, but has to know he's probably dominated in the spot.
Kofi was really good about
JTN 1968. $19.99 super chat. Can't wait to play Heads Up against Dad talking for a WSOP bracelet playing Limit Hold'em. Let's go. Oklahoma versus Texas. Heads Up for 1,500 Limit Hold'em bracelet. Let's
No chop.
freaking go. No chop at all.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to chop anyways at the World Series. So.
I imagine there's some
Under the
conversations
table.
at the break, like, look. But also, like, that's kind of a risk. I would trust JTN to follow through with the chop, but I wouldn't trust many people at the World Series to just be like, I mean, maybe, I don't know, if you play with somebody long enough. But also, you want the title, you want the big score.
But thank you very much
Thank you so
for that
much.
$20 super chat. It's
Very-
always very much appreciated.
Very appreciated for sure, and my percentage will be going towards maybe my June 6, 1,500 Limit Hold'em buy-in. I'll probably sell action though. I mean, it's like if we're honest, I'm not rolled for a $1,500 tournament. But
Let me know if you
it's more like a bucket list thing for me.
if
you
you
know?
do sell action. Let me know.
I will.
I might be one of your
Backers.
first backers.
That would be
Yeah.
that would be awesome.
Well, I gotta support my fellow commentator.
That's right. And then we could run it deep, bro. We could have a big
That'd be
sicko
so
score.
sick. I've always because I'm not gonna be able to go, so like I want some kind of sweat in
Yeah.
the World Series.
Yeah, that would be awesome. It's got to be the best feeling, or one of the best feelings too. Is like, you just
have
randomly
a
I'll
random
take 10%,
Yeah, 5%, 10%.
and somebody like runs deep in the main, and you're like, oh, I just made
playing for 500K. Or something.
yeah, I made $100,000 for doing nothing.
What? Look at that heavy
I think I've heard the story. I can't remember who it was, but like someone just like randomly got like 1% of someone in the main event, like 15, like 2008, 2009. I can't remember. It was for someone that won, but yeah, they like randomly got 1%, like off of just he like gave it to them, or I don't know, like he just owed him some money. I don't know what happened, but it was like he got 1%, and then obviously that guy won like 10 million. And it's like,
sick.
it's one's like 100K just right out.
Amazing.
Or what? Yeah, right? No.
What's the math?
Yeah. It is 100K.
10%.
Yeah, because 100K,
Yeah,
100 times. Yeah. 10 million.
Mitchell Ace says he'll buy a piece. Look, y'all can look up my Hinden Mob. I've got 2 very impressive scores across my 2 Hinden Mob accounts. So I've got the results to back it. I'm 1 for 1 for mixed game tournaments.
Oh, you won one?
Well, okay, I final table.
Oh,
This is
where-
my only tournament score I talk about, and everybody's heard me talk about this 5 times.
I
But
actually haven't. So
I'd
I'd love to hear it.
I final tabled the horse event at the WPT last year when they came through to Choctaw. I got 5th.
Okay.
And it was awesome because it was one of those like old school poker boom moments where people were literally asking like how to play Raz when they were starting to spread it. They're like, okay, so how do you play this? I was like, thank you.
Oh my gosh! I
And
actually
I
hopped in there.
I had
where
enough-
was I?
I had enough hands where I could exploit the players that clearly didn't know what they were doing.
Oh my gosh, where was I, man?
I don't know. It was like a
Crap.
365 buy-in. First place was like 7,500, and I think I made 1,600 or something. But super disappointing to not win it because I felt like I was in a good spot.
Ryan Crow in the chat. What's up?
Oh, Mr. Boss Ryan, hello. Good evening, sir.
Looks like there's a wannabe Ryan Crow. There's a
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, the red Ryan Crow.
there's a red Ryan
I think
Crow.
that might be this might be a different account of his.
Oh, it's like it just read that he's the.
I think he probably was on one account and then switched over to the administrator account.
Big hand here. Neil could continue his hot streak as
let's
we get
go.
queens against jacks.
Q's versus J's. Neil, 20,000 behind versus the infamous JD.
Yeah, Nielsen's a pretty passive pre-flop. He's more of a post-flop player.
Queen.
Oh, man.
Top set for Neil. His run continues, and Jay Diggles with the Jay Diggledies. He's got second pair. He needs a lot of help. An 8 is help.
Oh, my gosh. JD needs a 9 and a 9 only. Jack would be kind of disastrous.
Yes, it would.
In 3-bet pots, hard to put your opponent on some kind of random 9. Other than pocket 9s, of course.
And JD looks like he's in there. Calls, praying for a 9, and it's a king of clubs.
And a very disciplined check back there with JD. Is, his hand was too good to make a bluff.
Neil says, I got you. He was trying to get one more bet out of JD, understanding that he probably wasn't going to get any more money from him by betting.
Oh, yeah, you were right. The other Brian Crow was him on a different account.
Oh, nice. Man, the man's doing so well, he's got multiple YouTube accounts. He's thriving.
I guess the club might have saved me.
7:15. We've been at it for an hour and 15. 200 likes, 700 people with us tonight. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream and hoping for some more massive 5-figure pots tonight. Pocket 5s for Garrett.
Yeah, we actually got a pretty action-packed week this week as, we got our typical Wednesday night 5-5-10 stream tomorrow. And actually, this Saturday, we have our first of every month $500 50K guaranteed. So if you're a tournament player and you like playing tournaments, you should come out to Texas Card House, Dallas. Last 2 tournaments, last 2 months we've had this tournament. Last time they chopped heads up for 25K each. First prize for the first time was about 36K. So there's some big paydays for this one-day tournament. You hear that right. $500 for a one-day tournament. Have a chance of taking home about 30K.
Imagine
for
winning
first.
30,000 in a day.
Pretty good
playing a card
hourly.
game. That's just amazing.
And then on Sunday, we have our next gen 1-3 stream. I believe Bo's in the chat. He's been playing on that live stream. It's going to be commentated by yours truly, Derek, and Ben Miney.
Let's go.
Should be a lot of fun. All our 1-3 streams are so entertaining, and yeah.
Yeah. And there could be some serious money won as well. 1-3 is one of those, it doesn't run in the main room anymore. And it can get pretty big, even though there's a cap on the game. It's like people are there to have a good time, but also rebuy a ton. As Moneymaker flops jacks and 8s, 2-pair checks in flow over to Neil, who's got top. Now let's see a $30,000 pot. Watch it come a jack on the turn. That would be saucy.
Such a dry board texture. There's some straight draws out there, but a raise on this flop would just be so strong. See how Moneymaker decides to navigate this out of position. It's just going to call. Maybe try to go for the check raise on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn does bring in a flush draw for backdoor diamonds. Though I believe Neil should still be feeling pretty comfortable with his top. And he's going to bet $1,200. And at this point, I imagine Moneymaker has to try to put in more money.
Yeah, he can't be too scared of the 10-9s and the 6-9s of the world, but he just calls. He wants to play he wants to win a big one versus Neil. 3 of diamonds, so now flush comes in.
Let's see if the moneymaker decides to lead on this river, as I imagine a lot of top pair holdings like king jack, ace jack, queen jack.
Check back.
Well, most likely check back river. Once you see this much action from an opponent like moneymaker, and he does decide to lead, which I do like a lot.
Nice play by
Yeah.
Moneymaker here, because Neil, how do you fold ace jack?
Yeah, you're targeting hands like ace jack, king jack, queen jack, which are most likely going to check back river. Now Neil is wondering if moneymaker has something like a hand like a set, or maybe running diamonds. But you know, the price is so good. Money really targeting those one pair holdings.
That's a classy move, honestly. It's like Neil knows he's no good.
It was a respect call.
Yeah.
Because you know he's capable of making bluffs.
Right. That's that tough, like, Daniel Negreanu thing, like knowing the other player's exact hand and still calling.
But you have to call. Yeah. Nice hand there by Moneymaker.
Well played. Yeah, for
very
sure.
well played.
Like, you know, at the low stakes, I often goes check on river, and you lose all that extra value. But Moneymaker's a pro. This guy.
He was targeting exactly what Neil had in that.
Yeah, perfect
spot,
result
so
for his hand.
Very nicely played.
It's like some of these guys, it seems like they
know what had. They
yeah.
have. Yeah.
It's like, how do you know so perfectly the position you're in?
What table limit on the? I'm assuming the 1-3 stream on Sunday. That's gonna be 1-3. Yeah.
Give me the minute, man. I need to say goodbye to the cats. I need to say goodbye to them.
To the best, yeah.
Deuce 4-10, 2 clubs. Brian with a inside straight draw. Neil 2 overs. Bet and a call. Deuce. Neil with pure air, but actually the best hand. So he's check giving up. Brian, who doesn't have much better, doesn't have better, but now has an opportunity to take it away.
Definitely given the green light here to try to take down this pot, as the board texture did not change at all with that deuce coming on the turn.
Brian purely lying. That was a nice deuce.
Yeah, it was a nice deuce for him to bluff on.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for Neil to be checking anything that has any value.
Right.
When that deuce comes on the turn. Guards at 512 says, "Where's Kyle Z? The Dallas banned him for being too awesome?" No, I mean, I think he's probably just doing something else this evening.
He could be out in the main room. Who knows? Although, no, if there was a seat
No,
up,
if there
he'd
was a
be
seat, he'd definitely be playing. But you know, he could be busy with work or
his life.
taking a
you
little.
know?
Yeah, I mean, I believe he does have a life outside of poker. I believe, as do all these players here.
Yeah.
Other than Moneymaker, you know, his
Right,
life
I was
is
about to say,
poker,
yeah, Moneymaker pretty much lives here now. Jack 4 spades. Seven, 6 deuce, 2 hearts. Nut low for Brian. Pair of 4s for Garrett. Gutter ball for Brian. 2 hundy from Garrett for value, I guess. Just call from Brian. You're not playing a split pot game. It's a deuce. Deuces and 4s. Check, check, all day.
And I think I'll definitely take this showdown value. And 4's gonna take it. Nice hand for Garrett.
Garrett taking down another small one.
Haven't seen him lose at Showdown yet.
Welcome to the big game. Neil winning 9,000. Moneymaker winning 8,300. Man, this man prints money, it seems like.
Looks like they're trying to figure out a date and stake level for a chat pro game.
Ooh, 50 cent a dollar? That'd be hilarious. Make them buy 50-cent chips at TCH.
Just play cash.
Yeah.
Trying to organize a 424 live stream for the chat pros, man.
That could be a fun one. Although half the fun of the stream is the chat pros being in the chat. Maybe if it's a stream where also they can have their phones and be in the chat. And do some of those like incentives like we've talked about where if like we reach a certain like count, it forces the table to play a bomb pod or something. Like that would be pretty cool. Or like forces them to shuffle seats.
I'm still waiting for the split cam for our room because I know Austin has it where like you can see two players on the other side of the at the same time.
Yeah, they do that in post,
Yeah,
but
like
in real time would be awesome to see. Hallie 3-bets ace queen. So far he hadn't gotten out of line. I think people can relatively respect this 3-bet pre, although if Garrett wants to gamble, let's go.
Does have live cards.
It's out of the way. Yeah, I think, you know, no other streams do that, but if there's some way to get the chat more involved where, you know, you cause the other players to gamble or feel a little pain, that would make it a pretty interesting experience, I think. I'm sure there's something like downsides that I'm not thinking about, but would be pretty fun to just be playing and then be like, hey guys, sorry to tell y'all, but it's a $200 pot now.
Yeah,
or $200 flip right now.
We should definitely try to do something like that for the chat pro game if we do have something like that.
Yeah,
Get
why
the
not?
chat involved with their chat pros.
Yeah, or if we like reach a donation limit, then they play a hand of
Omaha or
pineapple or
yeah,
something.
just some random game. Yeah.
Or like the stakes double or something like for one hand. You know, it could be.
The only problem with that is everything's delayed 30 minutes, so we don't get to see it. When we reach the goal, we don't get to see it for another 30 minutes.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
So I wonder if maybe if you reach a goal, how do you do that? You reach a goal and then maybe you. I don't know. Like, do you schedule it out? Say, like, hey, in 30 minutes, because we reached this goal, there's going to be a bomb pot or a flip.
Yeah, I don't know how to be done.
I don't know. Any analytical thinking people out there? Joey. Manai or Manare? Manire. $20 super chat. Enjoy watching and learning from y'all. Derek, I'm the old man sitting to your left today in seat 2.
Oh, what's up, Joey? How's it going?
Thank you for the generous donation.
Yeah, appreciate your $20 super chat. Yeah, I sat next. I think I sat to his left. Maybe I miswrote that, but yeah, appreciate the super chat. Hope you got home safe.
With all of your money.
Yeah, appreciate you stopping in to say hi. I mentioned to him that because he always likes to. He told me that he always likes to watch, but he hasn't really chatted in too often because, or doesn't really like to stay up too late because he has to wake up at 4 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Work, so, yeah, really appreciate you stopping in, Joey, and hope you have a great night.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words and for the generous donation.
Don't forget about Woodford, man. It's like if I don't have any more money, you have to pay.
Dustin Curley says, calling it, gonna ship this Saturday tourney, watch D-Rock pulling the very rare TCH Babe Ruth play.
Calling a shot and shipping it.
It's like when Woodford goes down, what can I do, man? Win more flips. Yeah, but if you win, take some money, then it's not good. And you will also feel bad.
So air versus air.
Then you get
Jack 10 high is good. Neil's going to bluff with the best of it.
Can you drive a truck? Can you drive a truck? Put you to work. German truck driver. Mercedes. American. Peter
Garrett really in the tank,
American Mercedes.
potentially asleep. Can't see his eyes. But
Yeah, for a second there, I saw his like shoulders kind of lift up as he was like deeply breathing. It's like, did he pass out there?
That was actually the weirdest thing when I went to Germany the first time.
Shows the
And
bluff.
Shows the bluff, and Garrett's like, I
He,
actually had
he's always,
worse.
like, nice cards.
And we look at the cumulative winnings here as Neil's top of the leaderboard with
Let's go.
9.3K in profit. Moneymaker not too far behind, up 8K.
To Monaco once. Monte Carlo. All the cars were like $100,000 cash. Yeah.
Julian says, how early were you off today and how did you do at the table? I did terribly today, Julian, but I got off like,
Thanks for asking.
yeah, I got off like
Everybody who buys the seat, that's like, what is it?
4 hours earlier. Oh, but it was a crazy day dealing actually. I was dealing a PLO game in the early morning because I switched my shift for for my 10:50 for an 8 a.m.
Oh, okay.
And like when you have those 8 a.m. shifts, you kind of catch the overnight
Yeah,
games. And
they
some
all
of those overnight
start to
games,
smell a little ripe.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But the PLO game was insane, and there was a lot of 1-2 games that were really good.
I'm sure the stacks get huge overnight for the PLO games. King 5-4, Ace Jack, well ahead of the J10.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like what I'd normally make in like an 8-hour shift, I made in 4 hours. So I was just like, yeah,
For tips. From
yeah,
tips.
yeah,
That's dope.
Yeah. So like I was pretty content with this, and then I could get off and go eat lunch. And
Deuce on the turn. Hallie picks up a wheel draw. And he hits his wheel. Runner, runner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feels like a pretty good hand given the action.
I have the opposite. I just have like trash hand after trash hand.
Yeah.
Like one good hand. What's not even the best thing.
squeaker bet here for some value. 150 into 600. Gonna take it down. Dustin Curley says, I'm asking for the reverse chop this Saturday. Winner take all. Yeah, we actually had this discussion earlier this morning.
What was the prize pool last weekend? Like 68,000 or something?
Yeah, it's like, just agree from the beginning. It's like, oh yeah, no. Winner take, like, final table, winner take all. Like, whatever is remaining on the...
That would be pretty sick, but also so brutal to
Such a bubble.
lose heads up.
Such a money, so much money at stake to do that.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's how they used to do it, but we used to do that for home games and stuff, like single table.
Yeah, like little sit and goes.
Yeah. But even so, it's brutal to play that long and
King's good.
not have anything. to show for
$50,000
it.
money bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to play pair on the button. I had 9 deuce off.
You had one overcut. You were ahead. You were ahead.
I don't believe I was ahead.
I think you were ahead.
Oh, 7-8.
Moneymaker having a good time, knowing that he's just destined to make stacks. Would y'all watch a winner take all sit and go stream? Man, the stress would be real. I guess maybe not as much if it was just like a 10-handed sit and go, not a multi-table.
I'd play it. Let's do it. $500 buy-in, winner take all, 9-handed sit and go. Or we could do like pay top, like top two.
Yeah, I mean,
or
you
what
could
do they
do like a
normally do on the
3.
Poker Stars sit
Top
and go? It's
3.
like top 3.
Yeah.
3 gets their money back. 2 like doubles or triples their money, and then first takes the rest. So yeah, it'd be 5,000.
What is the breakdown? It's usually like 40, 20. No, what's the math?
I mean, I think that'd be good. So like,
First gets 50%, and then second gets 30,
so there's 500. There'd be 4,500 in the prize
and
pool.
third gets 20% or something.
I think they normally do like third gets their money back, so they'd be 500. Just if second get like 1,200 or something.
Man, I think it's usually just a percentage. Like it's
Scared or greed?
So then if they did 1,200, 500,
You never know. Scared or greedy?
Might have been a little too much.
you could just have like 2,800 for first or 3,000 or whatever. I don't know.
We all ain't greedy now.
I would definitely play that. Moneymaker on getting all the hands tonight.
the J Diggity's under the gun for Moneymaker. He's going to bump it.
That'd be kind of fun to watch too.
Uh-huh.
Wonder how long that would take though.
Although I'm sure there'd be plenty of people in the room that would want to play that and get pissed if they didn't get to get a seat. Pocket threes for Hallie. Let's see a jack 3. And it comes queen 10 deuce rainbow. Jack's still ahead. Just watching 50, 30, 20. Yeah, that looks familiar. That looks correct.
David likes it. He was like, "Would you watch a winner take all sit and go on stream?" Just watching says 50, 30, 20. Standard.
Yeah, I mean, some card rooms, they did a lot more in the past. I don't know if they, I'm sure some card rooms still do it, but like in the like 2007 WinStar days, they used to have all these different like sit and go options where they would have like $100 sit and go, $250, a 75.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think they may have been satellites or something, but
Oh,
I
I mean,
vaguely
I've played those.
I vaguely remember it's just like if you had enough people, you could get a sit and go going.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they did that during the River Series. You'd play for Lammers to get entry into their series tournaments, like their main event.
I think there might have been a cash option too back in the day.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah. Seems like you should have every option available if your players want to do something.
Oh, it's also only 5-handed, question mark. Well, we got 6 players here. And I believe some players are on their way. I believe I saw someone in chat, I believe his name was Mike Webb, said he was on his way to come play. So hopefully he gets here soon.
He's done forever.
You can't fall out like that. Oh, why is this guy got his back?
Addy G. Gonna be back in Texas in 2 weeks, licking my
chops.
Blank. Leave it open for the imagination.
Message retracted.
Oh man, is that like is that our hero Addy? Our philanthropist Addy?
It's a little tough when you're a family entertainment.
Julian Vigil says the 6-handed games remind me of poker after dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, like old school where they had like piles of cash. Yeah.
But it's like they were playing a tournament. Like they have a cash version of Poker After Dark, but the original one was a tournament, but they had like $10,000 stacks of cash as part of the tournament. Like they were playing winner take all, and so I guess you get to keep the cash, but they had, for a visual effect, I guess they had a stack of cash in front of them as part of their stack.
For tournament chips?
Yeah.
Like 10,000 cash with 10,000 in tournament chips? Interesting. They're going for the raise here for thin value. Gonna get it done.
Undertaker and Coke Slam. Love you. I don't remember the other guy's name. I would say like Rafiki or something. They actually had a really good documentary on Undertaker at the end of his career. Like, it's just like this drug of they want to keep performing because it's so much.
Ray Holmes says, hate to say, but I'm exhausted. Calling it a night, y'all. See you when you get back. Night, man.
Good night. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate the support.
Not actively. No, not anymore. He just retired.
Folds around to Neil. He's got 6-3. JD gets a walk with Queen 8 off as he searches the Netflix for the next show for everyone to watch. More important than the $30,000 they're playing for.
Joey Vigil says 20K buy-in, freeze out. I guess that's his referring to the Poker After Dark is what it was.
Oh, okay, yeah. As much as it hurts, yeah. Freeze outs seem like a more pure tournament experience.
All right, we're at 215 likes. We got another close to an hour until we need to hit our like goal, 300.
300. I think we can get it. We've got 220 and plenty of motivated people watching that really care about our flourishing. So if you're out there watching and want to see us succeed in life, hit that like button for us. We're literally evaluated on the metrics, which which is not completely true. But we really like to hit our goals because we're goal-oriented people here at TCH Live.
Well, Jedi Master Ted running hot on the rolls here. Rolled a 99 for 50K.
Let's go.
A little better. It's like no one's eating anybody. They're just trying to beat.
Maybe all the boys. We're all wingmen.
Neil raising the button with Queen 9 on the button. Gonna get called by Brian in the big blind, and Garrett as well. So 3 ways it'll flop.
Top pair for Neil.
Pair and backdoor diamonds for Brian. Not much for Garrett.
And Neil's going to take down another one. I see the likes going up. We're on our way. Jedi Master Ted with a very good philosophical point. The sum of TCH Live is more than the metrics can truly define. Wow.
Very enlightening.
It is.
Yeah, you about to see
It's like something you find in the fortune cookie.
That's right.
Jumping over another guy.
Pocket nines for JD. With the ace-5, he's going to defend. Uh-oh. Second pair with an ace for Hallie. JD with a nice overpair. Hallie's going to lead. JD could raise. This is one of those situations where it's rarely super strong hands that donk lead a board like this.
I think he's just betting for protection against like overs that are definitely in JD's range, raising on the button. But
JD's going to raise it 550 straight.
But he's just running into it, as JD does have an overpair to the board.
Hallie thinking about maybe 3-betting because he knows that JD knows that Hallie doesn't have to have a strong hand with that strong hand. Freudian slip. Strong hand with that donk lead, but he decides to get out of the way.
in his face.
Can't quite do it with that one.
In his
Oh,
face.
way to go.
JD shows 1 card 9, trying to make him think that it was a bluff.
Betsy could, yeah.
Not quite a good enough hand. Don't listen to money makers.
Siobhan Patel says, LFG, it's Tuesday night, my favorite. Well, glad you enjoy it.
Let's go. Tuesday night is one of the best nights for TCH Live, but every night for TCH Live is a pretty good night.
A little short-handed, but you know that usually goes for more hands of poker.
That's right.
A little more
Wider
3 betting, a little
ranges.
more 4 betting.
Yep.
Maybe some light 5 betting. We haven't seen that in a while.
Ace 10-4 rainbow moneymaker, top and bottom. Garrett with just 9 high. He's going to lead after limping pre. And this is nice by moneymaker, not raising the ace 4 pre. 3xing Garrett's donk lead. And he just gets out of the way.
You only win the big ones, huh? Somebody else.
That used to be something that would work almost every time back in the day playing low stakes tournaments. If it was folded around to blind versus blind and you were in the small blind, if you limped, oftentimes the big blind would check back and then I would just lead on every flop, blind versus blind, and it was pretty effective.
Yeah,
Now-
you win it a large percentage of the time.
yeah, but now it
People
doesn't get,
defend a little wider.
doesn't get through as much anymore. 7-6 off on the button.
Coffee says, pretty new to poker and had to step away from chat for a bit, so I couldn't ask this when it happened. Why couldn't Neil Ace-Jack with pair get away from calling river against Moneymaker Jack 8 with 2 pair? Well, just because Moneymaker is just a very good player overall, so he can have bluffs in that spot, and you know, Neil just had too strong of a holding. Top pair, top kicker. Still beats other hands that may do that same spot.
Moneymaker's also
like
capable
Queen
of
Jack
bluffing.
and King Jack, yeah. And the price was just too good.
FEFD DGDF says, loving watching TCH live streams. Good evening, morning, 2:43 a.m. from Croatia. Regards to the commentators. Peace sign, peace sign. Peace sign back to you, Fefta Dugudif. Thanks for watching from Croatia.
Yeah, appreciate the international support.
Shout out to Croatia. I've never been, but I sent some Marines there when we were stationed in Romania, and they said it was gorgeous.
I have to be able to withstand the raise.
You're learning, Neil. You're learning. You got
Well, you've been raised 32 times.
If it's a 33, you're not getting it.
And I fold on 28, and then the other 4 can check back the flop.
Got a stack of Green Society.
You can have as many chips as you want if you buy them. I didn't win a single one of these. Pocket threes for Garrett, raising it to 150. You know, I got here early enough for my 30-minute hit and run window, and I just couldn't get a seat. So all I have to show for it is the stack of chips I bought beforehand.
Race to take it from Garrett with the pocket threes.
I don't think I could have stayed.
Another $100.
Oh, you probably pretty light.
I had over.
I mean, I guess you're pretty close to all that action over there. Very unfortunate what's going on in Ukraine. But yeah, let's hope that doesn't come to that, and hope you stay safe, buddy.
For sure.
How close is Croatia? I'm not
I mean,
very
all those countries are
geographically-
pretty close
yeah.
together
Like in the last
relative to what,
Last week, you would have hit watching that.
Yeah, no, it's just a call.
you know, to travel between countries for us. It's a little more longer distance, but if you're in Europe, a lot of those countries are very close together. But I can't tell you how far Croatia is from Ukraine, but it's not outlandish.
It's not that far. I mean, in the grand scheme of things,
Yeah.
it's closer than most of Europe. Oh, wow. Garrett coming along here with the 8 deuce.
Oh, let's go. Four-way action. Let's play a big one. A lot of suited hands in there. And it's all black cards. King 5, 3. Kings and threes for Hallie. Wheel draw for Neil. Got to bet it here.
Yeah, well, I'm able to play that tournament this Saturday because I built him enough fiance points this past week.
I call them
yeah.
tokens.
Oh, tokens?
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine you do the same thing, right?
Gotta strategically redeem those tokens and save them up because they are a finite. They are a finite substance or currency.
Yeah, I brought that up at the table I was playing at too before stream, and like this girl at the table, she got a kick out of it. She's like, "Oh, that's great, you're a great fiance." I was like, I'm kind of doing it selfishly, but I was like, yeah, she mentioned that the crepe myrtles need to get trimmed in the front, so I did that.
Out there.
They still need to get done, so tomorrow I'm off work, so I'm gonna probably do that all day tomorrow because we have
Weather's
massive
probably gonna be
crepe
nice.
myrtles. Yeah, 2 8-foot plus crepe
Jeez.
myrtles that just in front of our house. And then I asked her last night. I was like, I know you weren't feeling too hot today, and how does Chick-fil-A sound for breakfast this morning? So then I woke up a little earlier and got Chick-fil-A.
That's always a win. Yeah, and if you're both, trying to serve one another, it ends up being an even zero sum, where it's like you both want each other to have a good time and do what they want, and also help each other. You don't want to have a conditional relationship.
Right. Yeah.
But also, you hope that you're both equally trying to at least be nice to each other. Linda B. Johnson asks, anyone have the old full tilt patch? I don't have the old full tilt patch, but I do have this, like, it's like a maroon tracksuit jacket with the Poker Stars patch on it that I was so proud of because I racked up all those FPPs back in the day and bought this super sick merch. When come to find out, I was just advertising for them. I spent money to advertise for them after paying them rake.
Nah, man, it was rake back.
But it's you know, oh, how many years ago was that? That was 2007, so 15 years ago. It's pretty tacky now, I'd say. Like, it's not a great look for me, I don't think, but I've kept it because it's like a remnant of the poker boom. Anybody else out there got some vintage online poker merch that you earned fair and square? Ace Jack for Neil, aces and nines to the Jack. It's going to be good versus Garrett's in there with a lot of off-suited connectors, which is good for the game, but it's hard to win.
Hard to win pots for sure with those for sure.
It'd be funny in a helicopter that's heated, maybe.
I was so confident back then that I was just going to be a pro. Like, look, I've got the jacket for it. I look just like the tournament pros. I'm just going to travel the world playing these 10K buy-in tournaments when I was not a winning player at all, nor had any chance. No, they didn't give me rake back. They charged me full rake.
Brian's turn with the ace jack on the button.
Seen a lot of ace jack tonight.
3-bet to 625.
Paul D says I've got a t-shirt for knocking out a pro. It was like red full tilt pros. So Brian 3-betting. Moneymaker folds. JD out of position, folds. JD's got 26,000 in his stack now. Looks like we got a player in. Oh, that's Dustin. Haven't seen him in a while. Dustin took down the WSOP circuit main a couple years ago. Plays cash and tourneys.
Oh, you recognize him?
Yeah, he's been on the stream before. Not in several months, though.
Well, welcome Dustin to the stream. Nice to have a new player joining us here.
Yeah, I think that might be his oil company that's on his hat. I don't know if he owns it or works there, but I'm assuming he's doing it right for himself. And he gets a walk the first hand.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, 'cause I'm pretty sure his name's Dustin Schoonover. Oh, and we're playing a poker flip. New dealer, new gamble. 250 in the middle.
Just so much of this more. So that's what we do 250 and 250, and then 500 at the end.
Ragnar Overby says, I've got two. I knocked out a pro shirts from Full Tilt and a bathrobe. I like that good poker site bathrobe.
Daniel Gunther says, hey guys, how's Amber doing, if you're allowed to say? Yeah, I guess a lot of people knew that Amber was pregnant because they saw her on stream a lot. And from what I know, I mean, I don't know too much, but she did give birth to Nova, her little girl. And from what I saw, the baby and her are very healthy. So,
Great. That's a great report.
Yeah.
Congrats to her. Thanks for asking. Yeah, she's a great dealer and going to be a great mom.
Called the unstuck flip.
Yeah,
looks like that
maybe on
maybe
Facebook, so I was able to see some photos of her baby. Such cute.
That's awesome.
Cute
Yeah.
baby.
Looks like this is maybe Donovan.
Yes.
in the box, feeling this 250 flip. Thank you to everybody that's joined us tonight for our 25-25-50 No Limit Hold'em stream. If you've enjoyed it so far, hit the like button for us. We're 50 away from our goal. We've got 8 minutes remaining to reach our goal of 300 likes. If you've got it in you, burn that single calorie and hit that thumbs up button for us.
Yeah,
We really
8
appreciate
minutes for
We've cleared larger
50
gaps
likes. I think we
in
did.
less time. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, you should have seen it when it went from like 100 likes to 1,000 in like 5 minutes.
That's awesome.
When we were doing the giveaway on Wednesday. But Cooper was telling me that they've done giveaways in the past and it doesn't shoot up that quickly.
Yeah,
sometimes. So
interesting.
it was kind of weird for him at least.
6 is in 3. 6.
5, 3, 4,
I was straight.
So it looks like Garrett, who's got a boat, quads, excuse me.
Yes, a full house. Quads. Wow. Quads good?
It's gonna work.
So welcome to the game, Garrett. $1,800 headed your way. 4 deuces is usually a pretty good poker hand.
Well, he was feeling a little tepid after losing that pot. He's got a little extra ammunition now. So.
Yeah, I like it. Get the like train chugging, Jacobio says.
Like where you're thinking.
Is he in? I'm thinking he's in. I'm putting
Oh my god. Today we make a salty food. Ridiculous. You just made $75. Can't tell my mom I lost 30K.
No, you can.
So now we're back to the 2-card game.
Hate to tell you, I thought
Less luck, more skill. It's a skill game, Joe.
With the price of lumber, you made another one.
Can you lose your rent playing a skill game, Mike? Whatever the quote is.
2x4 right there.
Oh, from Rounders?
Ryan, ace queen off. And the hijack. Two kings for moneymaker, 3-betting to 600.
See a big one here.
Yeah, Brian doesn't want to fold ace queen,
Yeah, does have ace queen.
but this is pretty strong for moneymaker being in the small blind.
Oh,
And that's a 4-bet. Yeesh.
Oh boy.
So moneymaker, look how thrilled he looks. Just calls with the Cowboys. Big pot inbound, 3,300. 8, 6, 7. 7,400 behind for Brian. Moneymaker's probably okay with getting it in if possible. But Brian gonna c-bet. Looks like 1125, 1,200.
I like his aggression here from Brian. He definitely is stuck after losing that big pot against.
Moneymaker milking it. Just calling. 5,600 in the pot and a 7. 7 feels great here
Very
for
clean,
the Kings.
Very clean turn for sure.
Brian's basically got 1 SPR.
Essentially losing only the aces, and yeah, he's gonna check back.
Comes a 4.
4.
This feels like a safe board for Kings in a 4-bet pot. Unless Brian's being weird with aces or something, but Kings feel pretty strong. So what do you do if you're moneymaker trying to get the whole stack? Do you bet like 1/5 pot to induce?
Might just shove. No, he's gonna bet really small here.
So I'm smart. 2,500. It's like half pot. A little less than half pot. And it's Brian fold. Brian says nice hand.
And the heater continues for moneymaker up to a stack of 23K.
$8,100 pot there is not too shabby. This man's a pro. Versus Brian, who's probably not worried about losing that pot. So now the question is, who's the actual winner in life? Would you rather be the poker pro that won the $8,100 pot, or would you rather be the businessman that could not care any less about losing an $8,100 pot? I think I'd choose
rather,
the latter.
yeah, I'd rather be the businessman that plays for fun.
Yeah.
Playing for a living seems stressful.
Unless you're the type that's like, moneymaker has the perfect disposition to play pro poker, and Garrett's got aces. Hallie's got the deuces.
Look at the stack. an overpair.
Trying to set mine. Dustin throws away one of his deuces. Neil gets out of the way over to JD, who has the case deuce. So
All right,
Hallie, not looking good. But
Oh,
flops a
some
straight draw.
hope.
3
Some
outs. Bet 300.
you know, not the flop that Holly was exactly looking for, but you know, can't fold just yet with his gutter ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes either way, because it's like, you know, you're going to have to most likely pay another bet unless you hit a miracle 4-outer. Comes an 8. Not many cards in the turn are good for you other than a 5 or a deuce.
7-5 does come in. The 7-5 was a straight on the flop. Excuse me. So kind of an inconsequential turn card, you know. If Garrett was behind on the flop, he's still behind on the turn.
So Garrett with the aces once again, taking it down. Moneymaker's winning 11,000. Neil about 9,300, and everybody else not having that great of a night.
Queen of Poker, what's up? How's it going? Hope you're having a great night.
Good evening.
Zach Driscoll says, what does Brian do? I have no idea.
No idea.
Kind of wish we had more info on some of these players. Just like a little
It'd
background.
be great if they were willing to give that up.
Yeah, I have been meaning to try to go up to the live stream table and like, you know, ask if anyone's like first time, there's like maybe anything they want to share with the live stream or any updates, you know. Just kind of have some conversation.
Yeah,
for
any
the
little
live
bit
stream.
is helpful to talk about.
I'll put $50. Chris had the best hand.
Oh,
50? 50. I'm with him.
Dustin gonna get in there, raising with the ace-10 on the button.
No net action, Dustin. No net action.
that deuce four. Thought about calling that bad.
Queen of Poker says, how often do you all show your cards? Talking about like playing? I mean, I usually try not to show cards.
I used to do it a lot more, trying to just be like super sweet to everybody.
Yeah.
But I realized that that's just giving unnecessary information away that any thinking player can use against you.
And most players most likely wouldn't extend you the same courtesy. So,
Right.
You know,
It's like,
I'm very team. You know, you got to pay the price. If you want to see my
That's
cards
right.
at Showdown.
yeah. Like there's certain social situations where it can make sense to, you know, change the tone or keep a friendly atmosphere or something, but I don't do it every time. And you can often like talk it off like, "Ooh, can't show that one. That one was too good to show," or something. But also like showing a bluff sometimes can be good for the long term. You just got to pick those spots. Well, Garrett with the suited diaper here, deuce 3 of spades.
Seems like we got a lot of interest in the chat for like more player info on like bios and stuff. So maybe
Oh,
we can try to work
Moneymaker
on
just
that.
flops quads.
Oh wow.
Okay.
A 5 on the turn would just be disastrous.
Garrett with a gutter ball to a straight. Dustin, who's not scared to bluff at it. Queen 9 high, bets 300, and this is
It's probably
unfortunately
gonna go call. Yeah.
the worst spot to bluff. Now Moneymaker can only just call. Like, you don't want to fold anything out. You have the entire board praying for a money card to come for somebody else. Deuce of spades.
My gosh.
So now
Oh, no.
Garrett has got a flush draw and an inside straight draw. Moneymaker has
Nothing to
not
do but
two,
check,
not
check call,
three,
check call.
but 4 sixes in his hand. And look at his face. This man is impossible to read. Dustin loves the aggression, continues to bet 800.
I mean,
And now this is going to get at least a call from Garrett, and
Yeah.
now you got a real pot for quads.
Yeah, if you're gonna call the flop with a gutter and you turn flush draw, you got to call turn. So you have to be a little bit worried about Moneymaker behind, just calling behind everyone else. You know,
Yeah.
it's just like it's so strong. So you know, it's hard to put him on quads. Hard to put him on 6-4 pocket fours. Flop boats.
Surely you're not folding. Straight draw and a flush draw, bud. It looks like maybe he is.
Very disciplined.
Nice
fold.
fold, Garrett. And Moneymaker thinks, okay, maybe Dustin actually has a hand. Can I get a raise through? Like, could he have?
Pocket aces.
Oh my gosh, pocket ace would be so money. Dustin's got 13,000 behind too.
Yeah, you really want to take the betting lead here. You know, because you just hate to go check on the river. Dustin has not relinquished his hand yet. Oh no. He's eyeing a stack.
2,800.
Please no.
I can't complain. Look, it is pretty chill. Every once in a while,
Dustin it definitely has this move in his arsenal, but this would be so brutal for him.
Oh my gosh, I think he's about.
Looks like he's. Some players will count out chips trying to get a reaction from another player, but Moneymaker, you're not going to get anything out of this man except pain.
Okay, and does let it go. Okay. He was making me nervous there. He was the chips back and forth.
Moneymaker can't show that one.
No bluff.
You'll see it on the stream,
Just the
buddy.
nuts. Yeah, a lot of it seems like a lot of recommendations here for like live stream player bios are kind of cool. Get to know them a little bit.
Yeah,
Then
I mean,
you
that's
should
part
do-
of what made the World Series so entertaining back
Yeah.
in the ESPN days was
Having like little
they made
comments.
storylines
Yeah.
out of regular Joes.
Ben, you should do a post-game interview with one of the players so we can learn more about him. That'd be kind of
Oh,
cool.
the old Jeff Platt special.
Yeah, I don't know how we would do that live. I guess
Right.
would we have like a camera that would go live the moment the stream ended, or I don't know.
Yeah, it would have to be somebody that we would just go out there and do an interview or something, and then it would just pop up later.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. Great ideas, everyone. Always open to ideas from our live stream, as I think.
Yeah, it's about entertainment, so we want to be as entertaining as possible if we can. So much of a baller Moneymaker is. He flops quads, which is just like so impossible to do, and he just doesn't show. Because this man plays for profit. He's not playing to flex on anybody. He's not playing for glory or anything. He is trying to improve his bottom line. Yeah, or bring him. Yeah, Jedi Message says you can bring him into the booth as well. And we've done that before with the Next Gym Boys and Andrew Nemi and Brado and all those guys.
Absolutely.
Lexo is going to be here, or supposed to be here, like now, but maybe not.
Chicago says, where do commenters sit in regards to the live stream table? We're pretty darn close. Literally right next door.
Yeah, we're like 2 rooms down.
So we're behind Moneymaker. I guess if you're looking right now, we're 2 rooms behind Moneymaker.
Right, but we are watching this on a 15 to 20 minute delay, so we have no.
Sometimes longer.
Yeah, we have no ability to see or influence any action because we're seeing this at the same time you are, viewers.
I think I come up next.
You're coming next.
I'll come up next. I'll show you. I'll tell you what. I remember this episode. I think I come up there next.
All right, we're at 287 likes, not quite the 300
We missed
like
it.
goal.
Golly, that's disappointing. Dustin
mean-
with Queen Jack of clubs opens another gun.
Doesn't mean we can still try.
Moneymaker with 2 8s.
Actually, 300 likes by 8:30 p.m. I think. So we still got time.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Yeah,
King
24
8-7,
minutes.
all hearts. Moneymaker, heater check, flops another set. Dustin's going to be annoyed once Moneymaker plays back at him once again. Maybe not on this flop, but on come the turn.
Not a good flop to exactly slow play, though. He has decided to just call. Oh my gosh, what?
He's got quad 8s. He's got quads back-to-back hands versus Dustin. What is happening?
Quads again.
Somebody run the numbers on this. Moneymaker is
if that's-
actually like, what is? He can't even believe it.
If that's not entertaining, I don't know what it is. Hit that like button.
This man just flopped
double
quads,
quads.
previous hand and turns quads like a pure set of quads.
This is such an annoying bet, too.
And Dustin does not want to be punked on stream. And this is, yeah, you're right. This is an annoying bet. 700.
It's like you check called on the flop. What are you leading turn with?
And once again, Moneymaker has nothing to prove and is not going to show his quads again. I have never
insane.
had that
Wow.
kind of run good in any poker context ever.
Wow.
Just like neither of those pots were that
million
huge,
to one.
but it's literally like a bazillion to one to get quads back-to-back hands. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, quads 2 hands in a row is like getting hit by lightning. Yeah, it's so unlikely.
Dude, he needs to get on a plane out to Vegas right now.
I wonder if that's ever happened to him in his entire poker career. I kind
I
of
mean,
want to
that
ask
can't.
him.
I mean,
yeah.
the
He's played probably millions of hands, right?
yeah, that is so
So that was
unlikely to happen.
That
and
was his
ev-
million to one.
Yeah.
he's probably played like
that
a
could
million
never
hands.
happen to him again.
Yeah, in his poker career.
Especially given that they were both
That's so
with
sick.
both cards in the hole.
Yeah. What the heck? Man,
I can't even process what just happened.
what in the quads is happening here? Says David, our producer.
Oh, that might be the man. Oh, what do you know? Speaking of the Lexo Devil. Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
I guess your ears are burning.
we
huh?
were
Yeah.
talking
Well,
mad crap
Lexo's
about
in the
you.
booth now. You just missed double quads. He just got quads very next hand. Yeah.
Next hand.
All right. Well, it looks like that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks
I'll
so
be
much,
signing
Derek.
off. It's been great so far. Crazy action.
Absolutely.
And hopefully it continues for the second half of the stream. As y'all going to have Lexo in the booth.
Awesome. Thanks, Data. Good
Yeah.
to see you, buddy.
It's
Thanks
good
for your time.
Yep. See you next week, Ben.
Alrighty. As Derek said, all the way from South Florida, South Beach. Although I guess he's homeless now. He's homeless now. Maybe claims Dallas as his new home. You're on. It's Lex, baby. What's up, Lex?
What is up, guys?
Hey.
I'm here.
Dude, thanks for joining us tonight, man.
Thanks for having me. This is fun.
I
I
know.
like being on the opposite side. It's entertaining. It's fun to watch.
I know you're, probably sacrificing some upside by not being out there playing, given how much you
Hey,
crush in
I'm
life.
learning
but,
from these guys, man.
but this is a pretty good, this is a pretty good learning opportunity. Not many people get to do. So how long you been in town? I'm following on Instagram and stuff, but I haven't been on it much lately. Last I heard, you up and moved, or like packed up and hit the road. And this has been part of one like prolonged
Yeah,
poker road trip for you. Give us an update. What you been
My
up to?
plan was to come here for a month before heading to Vegas for the series last year. I love Dallas. The action here is amazing. So I stayed for a while, went to Vegas, came back to Dallas. Then I went to Austin, then back to Dallas. I was basically here. I've been here for like over 3 months now.
That's wild.
And it's pretty amazing. I mean,
Have you just been in an Airbnb? Or
I was staying with Danny, who plays on the stream
Oh, yeah, I
sometimes.
talked to him before this.
And then now I'm staying like a studio apartment, short-term
Oh, nice.
lease. Yeah, studio apartment. It's a little expensive, but
Sure.
it's worth it for the
Flexibility.
Yeah, flexibility.
And you still got your pup with you?
Yep. Yeah. It's perfect. So I take him to the gym, take him on walks. It's fun.
It's so fun. You're living the, a lot of people would call that the poker dream, being
Yeah,
able
I mean,
to
it has its
travel
pluses
around.
and minuses for sure.
Right.
Being constantly on the road, traveling a lot.
Especially for a guy that cares about what he eats and working out. It's pretty hard.
I feel
to,
very comfortable here. I have a gym I go to here. With the place I'm staying right now, it's great. This place is awesome. I like the staff. The action here is great. I like Dallas in general. The city is just like really relaxing for me, at least. Coming
Yeah.
from South Florida, where it's always crazy, go go go. This feels a little bit more relaxing.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah,
Miami
which is
must
why
be
I'm
crazy.
here for a long time. And I'm going to be here for another 2 weeks, and then I'm going back to Florida, and then I'll probably come back to Texas, then back to Vegas for the series. So I'm just kind of all over the place. But
Tell us, are you going back to Florida for poker or family?
yeah, I miss some of my friends back there. Well, I miss my friends from back there. I miss the Hard Rock.
Yeah.
I want to make videos there. There's a big tournament series coming up in Hard Rock next month. So I want to go back there for 2 months. It's kind of like a reset to kind of relax. And then I'll go back on the road to the World Series of Poker here in June, pretty sure. It starts in Vegas, so I was going to sign a lease in March when I got back, but it didn't make too much sense signing a lease in Florida and then being gone for 2 months for the series.
Right.
So I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait it out.
What do you?
Continue this.
What do you, Green? Let's see. Green Beret Woodwork says, Lexo, great to hear you on the commentating. I know everybody loves it. What do you think about the schedule, the World Series schedule?
I haven't looked at it too much.
So you don't know which events you're planning on playing?
I did like last year. I think I talked about it that I didn't play many tournaments, and I'm not a big tournament guy.
That's right. But
I
you
like to
run
just-
pretty well in Vegas.
Yeah, I've been running very well the last couple times I was there, but the cash games for me are just way more consistent. But I do want to play the $500 one. It's the first event, and then I'd like to play the main event.
Oh, nice.
You know, I'm gonna sell action for that, hopefully, which should be fun.
And that's no shame in that for sure. I mean, that's a huge buy-in, especially
Yeah, of course.
for most
then I
normal
can have
people.
some people sweat the action. I mean, 10,000 is way too much for me to buy in for myself, so I'll sell.
And you get
I
the
just want to
experience.
experience it, make a video. Maybe run deep. We'll see.
That would be super
That'd be cool.
sick. Good luck out there, man. I think I was telling them earlier, I'm 90% going to be able to make it out there at some point time this summer. So maybe
It's
we'll link
a
up.
pretty awesome experience. And
I'm
now
sure.
they're doing it at Valley. It's a different area, so I don't know what that's going to be like. And all the restrictions are lifted this year, which is great.
So the fields should be
it
massive.
should just be like old times, great World Series of Poker.
And we've been here jibber-jabbering. Garrett's really in the tank here thinking about calling with ace high, but ends up folding to Dustin, and he's going to show the bluff like a boss.
It would have been. That's a tough ace high call. I
Yeah,
don't
ace
know about
deuce,
that.
that absolute nut low.
So I've seen moneymakers running great, quads back to back.
Yeah, that, I mean, Jedi Master Ted is one of the smarter dudes here, ran the numbers. He says 583 million to 1.
Quads. Well, did he get him back to back?
Yes, 2 hands in a row. He
Wow.
flops quad sixes, and then he flops a set of eights and turns quad eights on the
Jeez.
next hand.
Wow.
It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
He should never leave that seat.
I know.
That's his lucky seat right there.
Mad Benjamin says, go out to LA during the WSOP and play the cash games there. All the good players will be in Las Vegas, so the LA games will be
that's a
soft.
very good point. I have
There's some strategery there.
same thing with Texas and Florida too. All
Right.
the good players go out to Vegas, so it's left with some of the recreational players left in the other areas. But that's a good point.
That $500 reunion or housewarming should be pretty sick.
Yeah,
$5 million
of course.
guarantee.
Yeah, it's huge. You can buy in a couple times, fire a couple bullets, see what happens.
Funny thing, Niraj is actually at the table. It's his birthday today, and some of you in the chat may recognize him from the chat. He likes to spend time in the chat. He's given us so many massive donations.
Yeah, I think he. The last time I was commentating, he made a $500
Yeah.
super chat.
It's like
Amazing.
so baller. As moneymaker
Look at
flops.
this. Oh my God.
Flops the joint against.
He's running like God.
And Niraj,
Wow.
is,
Oh,
his
he puts in a
buddies.
raise.
He's
Okay.
buddies with Moneymaker,
Okay.
and
Man, what a seat for him. $24,000 stack.
and he
Nice.
absolutely flops the world, force full of threes. What a sicko run!
Raises right off the bat. Ooh, that is a money
Yikes,
card.
dude.
Wow.
Oh
He's
no!
gonna get paid here.
Moneymaker doesn't want to stack his buddy, but also would love to add 9,000 to his stack. Oh my gosh!
You just feel so comfortable with quads. I mean, you're a little concerned. Okay, he could have a 3, but probably not. But quad 4s look pretty good here. You're just praying. Moneymaker's praying he has.
Or he didn't have
jacks,
quad
queens.
fours. He's got force full, but he's got a
Force full.
sneaky
Yeah, yeah.
force full.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And Niraj, I can't imagine you folding a full house, 3s full of 8s. Not granted, he's crushed by a lot
3 and a
of big
4,
pairs,
yeah.
but he just
4s.
called pre-flop. Niraj opened to 175, and Moneymaker just calls, and so it feels like he's capped a bit.
The thing is, on this board, with Moneymaker on the button, he's going to have a lot more 3s than Niraj will from under the gun +1. But now that the other 3 comes and he bets again, it's pretty polarized. Oh, he lets
Great
it go.
fold
Wow.
by Niraj.
Nice.
Wow. And see, Moneymaker's going to show his buddy.
Jeez. Good bluff. Good bluff.
Oh my
Running good.
gosh. What a running so pure Moneymaker. Have you played with Moneymaker? He's got game.
I put him in my vlog because we played a hand together, and I said, the German Chris Moneymaker. And like people are like, who's the German Chris Moneymaker?
It's like you wouldn't understand.
I'm like, if you watch TCH live, you know what I'm talking
That's
about.
right. And for people that don't know, Lexo, you can follow him on YouTube, Lex O Poker. It's the same on Instagram, at Lex O Poker.
At Lex O Poker on
Been
Instagram.
doing a lot of fun, entertaining things in the poker vlog space. How has it been making vlogs this year?
It's good so far.
Has it affected your game much? Like, are you playing more than you're vlogging?
I have reduced the amount of hours I'm playing for sure. I think I'm playing like 100 hours a month compared to maybe 160 like I used to do. So
Okay.
I've definitely reduced the hours because of the editing,
Yeah.
you know, the work it takes to do all that kind of stuff.
But also, your channel's now probably reaching a tipping point where it's actually probably beneficial to spend more time on the channel
Yeah.
now financially.
Yeah, just I spend about the same amount of time, and I think I always will just do 2 videos a week. Maybe if it gets big enough, I could just get away with 1
Yeah.
if I'm getting 200, 300,000 views. But as of now, I like to do 2 videos a week, and that takes me roughly like 10 to 12 hours a week to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more.
People underestimate how much time it
Oh,
takes
yeah.
to make content
There's just a lot of thinking, you know,
and to
like
be
planning.
consistent with it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I have to give it to like Andrew and Brad at the very beginning. They're just like making a product that they have nothing to go off of. Like I have all these other videos I'm looking at. I'm looking at Rampage, Mariano, Brad, Andrew, all these other vloggers.
can see what
Yeah,
works.
that I'm trying to see. Okay, they posted this time. Their thumbnails are here. Their titles are like this. This is how they lay everything out.
Andrew was just doing it blind.
Yeah, and they did extremely well.
Hallie goes runner, runner, nut flush, even though he didn't need it.
Just checks all the way down. Brian, nope.
Brian, king jack high, no good.
Holds the king high. Good for him.
And, you know, and people, if you don't think about it, it's like there's so much work involved playing. Like, one, you got to film, but then you also have to have the presence of mind to take notes so that you
Yeah.
can understand the hands later.
I've gotten to the point now where it's become easier. It's become easier to vlog, but in the beginning it was so difficult having to put my phone up, not get caught by the floor or the dealers, you know, and then try to take notes afterwards to make sure that your hands aren't in front. Because sometimes I will be filming and my hands are in front. I'm like, oh, it looks so stupid, you know, or your chips fall over. But now, like here, I'm allowed to film freely, openly.
Yeah.
So it's no issue, which is great. I think that's how
Every
basically
place should
every
be,
place
yeah.
should be, as long as you're putting out good, solid content.
It's all like pure marketing for card rooms. Like,
I can see both ways where it's a little bit tough because you just don't know exactly what kind of content they're putting out.
Right.
You don't know if they're putting out
Disparaging.
bad quality content, which you don't really want to be associated with. But as long as you do your research and you approve them like Hustler is, it's pretty great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moneymaker flops an 8. I'm surprised he didn't flop quads.
I know. 3-way action. Niraj defends 5-6 suited. Don't blame him. Moneymaker with the best of it. Having a night for himself tonight.
Big deal. So he changed his name. Bex changed his
Yeah,
name.
he usually goes by Bex. I don't know what drove
Decided
the
to change it
decision.
today. Okay. All right. Moneymaker takes it down. Continues to run hot.
What is your I'm always curious about the guys that are like on the content game. Are you spending any time on game improvement? Are you doing any studying? Are you doing any sims or coaching or any of that kind of stuff? What's that look like?
I feel like there has to be a balance between playing poker, making content, balance in life with, you know, relationships, trying to exercise, trying to do life things.
Have a
So,
little balance.
yeah, I have to kind of prioritize between making content, playing poker, or playing poker, becoming the best at poker, I think. And as of right now, I'm trying to play poker and make content, so it's hard to put in studying, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't study that much anyway. I like to study by watching, like, live streams, watching really good players. So I'll watch TCH live, I'll watch some of the other live streams, and try to watch some of the best players, but not as much like simulators and coaching or anything like that.
And I think there's an inherent hedge there if you're making content that's actually generating income. It's like you don't have to be the best in the world if you're subsidizing with poker content
course.
because it's like you're.
I'm trying to make a living doing what I like, and I've been able to do that. But I don't really have the goal to be like the best cash game, the best 5-10 player. You know?
That takes
it
an
takes a lot of work.
inordinate amount of time.
But I did
and
put I put in a ton of hours. I've said this in before in my vlogs, like 200 hours a month the first 2 years of playing poker, trying to get from 1-2 to 2-5. So I put in that work, and now I'm just kind of coasting through. I'm still trying to play bigger stakes, but for me, it's more like I'm making big mistakes, so I cannot like take huge shots yet because
Yeah.
it would just be too crazy, you know.
Makes
I
sense.
can't risk that kind of money if I'm still making some mistakes that I'm making. So
Right. Makes sense, but your quality of life is probably much better than some of those guys that are crushing sims for 40 hours a week or whatever.
you've heard of Garrett Adelstein, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He talked about 10 years of his life where poker was the only thing he thought about. Wake up, poker,
Yeah.
play poker all day, grinding poker, studying. He's like, I want to be the best poker player in the world. And in my opinion, I think he is. You know, like I think he's the toughest, one of the best crushing. I mean, he is playing against a lot of easier opponents, but he's really great at the game.
Like in terms of all around being the best poker players are the ones to me that one stay relevant for a long amount of time and continue to go up and to the right in terms of results. It's hard to do that. This man clearly has it figured out, where it's like he's got the inherent skill, but he also has some of the social skill.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
And like his table presence, the fact that it's tough to play against him, just like I played with JD this past weekend, where you see them bluff a couple times, and you're like, okay, he's capable of bluffing. So then you just call every time he bets, and then he
like,
just
oh,
has it.
So you value town.
Yeah,
Welcome.
yeah, it's tough. And then that's why Garrett is so tough to play against, like JD and like these other guys, is because they do bluff. They have that in them.
That's how they make all their money,
yeah,
though.
it's tough.
Balancing. So Niraj is going to bet his eights for 300. Dustin with a pretty good flush draw. Not much else, just calls. Yeah, Garrett is so impressive, especially with the slow roll thing that happened this past week. That cemented where he's like, okay, this guy is for real.
I mean, it's obviously a very, you know, I'm not sure the word I'm looking for. Like, he handled it very well. But to be honest, I think it was a $55,000 slow roll, something like that. Like, the guy raised to $55,000, and he called, and he was no good. So if you take Garrett's net worth and you put $55,000 versus his net worth, it could be $500 for us. It could be $50 for us.
Right, where he's legitimately not fazed by
I literally think he's just like, I don't care. It's $55,000. What do you mean?
Which is so
It could
sick
literally
to
be
say
like,
out loud.
It could be like if someone at the table out here like called and we lost $50 and he's like, I just got
Like,
you.
all right, congrats.
You're like,
dude.
okay, $50, whatever.
Niraj with the eights and aces now. And the check mark. Dustin might choose to lead here because he does not like to give up on his missed hands, but he's going to give up. Niraj checks back. Everybody in the chat, if you got any questions for Lexo, put them out there in the chat and we'll see if we can get to them. I'm going to moderate because not all questions are good. But if you've got a question, feel free to ask it.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks ago, I was reading questions I was reading them out loud without looking at them first, and that was a mistake.
I've learned that lesson the hard way several times.
And there was a couple questions that were definitely a little inappropriate that I'm glad I read before, for sure.
It's all, tricks of the trade.
All right, so it's 25, 25, 50 now.
Yeah.
They got rid of the 10, huh?
Yes, they just full green chip game now.
Okay, I like it.
It's a big poker game.
Yeah, it is.
You ever play this big?
So I just played 25-50 on Friday with some of these guys. I saw JD and I think Dustin was playing, and I've never actually met him. I'm just going off of his face and his name. And then Rom was in the game. Is that right? How you say his name?
Yep.
And a
That's
couple
not an easy
other-
game, bro.
No, there was definitely some spots that I wanted to play against, and then there were spots that I didn't want to play against. So I really enjoyed it. I doubled up my first hand to like 11,000, and then I literally lost every hand after that. I just lost, and it's such a big game that you lose like $700 pot, you lose $1,000 pot.
Yep.
And I ended up losing like 3,000 on the session, which is nothing.
It's not bad
for a game like
25,
this.
50,
Yeah. It was a good experience. I want to step into this game someday, like when I'm feeling good.
Yeah. Maybe after that main event run this summer.
That would be nice.
5 of clubs in the turn, so Garrett picks up a flush draw. Dustin actually still with the best of it, king high.
I think this should work. I don't see Dustin check calling with king high.
Yeah, not much to flirt with when you have king 6, unless you just have a...
Yeah, it's going to get it through.
And Dustin actually, I said it earlier, but Dustin won the WSOP circuit main event at Choctaw a couple years ago.
Okay, wow, nice.
A pretty good tournament player, but also plays pretty high. He is a dangerous player. I mean, he plays it all and will put you to the test.
Those are the tough ones to play against.
Although he basically was involved with the hand with Moneymaker when he flopped quads and was playing back at him, and it didn't go well for him. Let's see. Alex Spiros asks, hey, Lex, question. What goes through your mind when you're about to sit down in a higher stakes sesh? How did you handle the nerves?
I actually was not really nervous at all for this, for the 2550 I played on the weekend, because it's a very comfortable room for me now. I've been playing here forever, and it was just in a back table. When the pot started getting big, of course, I started getting a little nervous, but
A little adrenaline.
yeah, you try to just like relax and breathe. And then one thing Danny taught me, who was a regular on the Wednesday stream, was just kind of to think of your decisions before you do them. So you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to raise here to 300, and you put that in your head, and then you grab your chips and you raise. So you kind of have like a, a line of thinking where you're not just kind of like, I don't know what to do, and just throw your chips everywhere.
That's a
Keeps you
mindset
cool.
hack.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing that he was saying, and I feel like I get more nervous on the live stream because, as I'm sure other people do as well, because people are watching you,
Frederick asks, always wondered, where does the name Lex origin from? Lex Luthor? Question?
No, my parents. I think the story was my parents knew a guy named Lex when they were in their 30s, and they just liked that name, so they went off. And I've only met one other Lex, so I don't know who this guy was that they met.
Yeah.
But my brother's name is Coy, so we have both interesting.
Yeah, those are
odd
both
names.
strong,
Yeah.
memorable.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as boring as like Ben.
That's right. That's right. It'll basically put you to sleep before you're done saying it. Travis Acord asks, what should your bankroll be to jump from 1-2 to 2-5? The $10,000 question.
Yeah, I made a video. Who asked this question?
Travis Acord.
Travis, I made a video. I think it's vlog number 49, if you want to look back. I'm going to look real quick here.
The man with the smooth self-promo.
I did a vlog all about bankroll management. So if you want to look back, I think it's vlog number 49. How much money do you need to become a professional poker player? But, if you're not trying to become a professional poker player, how much money do you need to be at 2-5 is the question. Depends on the buy-in. I mean, ideally, you want to have 30 buy-ins. So if you're buying in for $1,000, $30,000. If you're buying it for $500, $15,000. It all depends on your job, though. If you have a job with steady income that's paying your bills, you don't have a ton of bills like, debt and car and all these kind of crazy things, then you can be a little bit more aggressive with your bankroll management. But ideally, you want to have anywhere from 20 to 30 buy-ins minimum.
Yeah. So you
minimum.
can withstand the swings.
Yeah,
so your roll can withstand those swings.
Yeah, you're going to lose 3, 4, 5, 6 buy-ins in a session, maybe. You might lose.
Even if you play perfect.
Yeah, 8 buy-ins in a week. It can happen for sure.
And you don't want to be out of the game. If you're out of the game, you're screwed.
Yeah, but I would say if you're looking to try to move up, just take small shots. Like, let's say, this 2-5 is different than any other game, but let's say you're playing a normal 2-5 where it's $500 to $1,000 buy-in. Just buy in for $300 or $400, take a shot. If it doesn't go well, you go back down to 1-2, play for a week, and then try to take another shot again.
Love that.
And just kind of try to work your way up, because it's a different game. When you move up to a different game, you're just like, your mind is, you're like, wow, this is tough. Like,
Yeah. Oh, they
it's
play
hard.
different.
Yeah, it's more money, it's more stressful, it's harder. Garrett waking up with kings.
Garrett limps the
Ooh,
kings.
getting trappy. Okay. Moneymaker's
Moneymaker
coming in
2
for a
threes.
limp. Okay.
Set mining, and Dustin is going to get some bad news. Oh, he just
man.
limps in the cutoff with ace-10.
2 hands that Garrett could have got some action from by a raise.
This is the risk you take when you limp early position with a monster like this. Mirage, 6-4 suited.
All right, Garrett is in the zone. He's ready. 5 ways. Let's see.
Jack 3,
Set.
5, 2
Set.
spades.
Moneymaker makes a
Moneymaker
set.
bottom set, Mirage
Look at
open-ended
this
and a
flop.
spade
Wow,
draw,
this
bro.
is huge.
Brian's open-ended as well, and Garrett's got kings. Moneymaker,
Is
dude.
Garrett going to put in a raise?
Can we
no,
see
just
it?
calls.
Can We see the $30,000 pot. Let's go.
Moneymaker
5 of
is
spades on the
definitely
turn.
putting in a raise here. Yeah, huge. Wow. 700.
150 up to 700.
Wow.
This is going to
Dustin
thin the
has-
field a bit.
Niraj cannot go anywhere.
Quick fold from Brian. Brian got 60th in the main last year.
Wow. Yes, he was telling me that. It's awesome.
And the Raj is in there,
Now,
of course.
what do you do if you're Garrett? It's a limp pot.
You've severely underrepped your hand.
But Moneymaker doesn't have 3-5, Jack 5, or Jack 3. So he only loses into 3s and 5s. So, but there's so many draws that Moneymaker can have that he could
Ace
potentially
king
be
of
doing this with.
spades.
Oof. Oof. Re-raise?
So this puts alarm bells off to Moneymaker.
All in, yeah.
but-
Oh, wow. We're going to see a massive pot here. Niraj could go with it all in, too.
Yeah, Niraj
Straight
with
draw, flush
9,000
draw.
knows that he's probably live. Although, you know, ace king of spades is crushing you.
Wow. Well, Moneymaker doesn't have ace king of spades. I guess Garrett kind of, he limped under the gun.
Yeah, that's true. Niraj.
I think
his
Niraj can
birthday.
get away. He has $8,000 behind, and he's only in for 700. It's a limp pot. He can be crushed by ace deuce of spades.
Yeah.
I mean, he blocks ace 4 of spades.
Yeah, you're right. Ace two
Someone
of
can have
spades is
ace
much
5
more.
of spades. All those hands he's drawing super thin against. But you can see 41% equity right
That's
now.
pretty solid.
Wow.
Versus kings and bottom set.
I think he makes a good fold. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you find a call there.
And Garrett is not happy. I think he's going to put the rest in. And the run good continues for the German Chris Moneymaker.
Looks like they're probably running it twice.
Yep. Wow. Well, that is the danger with limping with kings.
4, 6 of spades would have gotten there for the
Yep.
first board.
And full house, but a split a flush. Yep. Wow.
So
Huge
Moneymaker
pot.
scooping another massive pot.
$13,000 almost. Wow.
That would have been a sick one for Niraj.
Either way, all the money goes in because Garrett raises, Moneymaker calls. Either way. So
Moneymaker's on a
just
heater.
a huge cooler.
Heater check tonight for the German Chris Moneymaker.
Wow.
So Troy Keeney asks Lex, how do you decompress from a sesh, regardless of if it was successful or not?
I take my dog on a walk. It's probably good to, relax a little bit doing that. I usually have to. I can't fall asleep for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours after playing a poker session. I used to call my dad all the time because he would stay up late, and I would just be kind of our bonding time.
Yeah,
talking,
and he plays too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he plays not professionally, just for fun, but he understands the game. So it would be mostly me talking to him about the hands I lost, or the hands I won, or can you believe that? Like back in the old days when I, took beats a lot worse. Like, oh my God, I had ace jack and the guy had 3-5 suited and he hit.
Can you believe
Yeah,
it?
like I just used to call him all the time about that. But now I just try to, like any other day of work, kind of just come home, relax. If it's a bad session, I mean, it definitely is tough to take for sure. Like,
Yeah.
having some of the biggest losses,
Yeah, saying it
tough.
out loud, like especially when
Yeah.
you're starting to get into the tens of thousands of dollars, it's like it feels strange saying it out loud.
I think what it's helped me a ton is the vlog. I've had some huge losses that I've recorded. Like, I think I lost my biggest amount back in Florida, like 6,000 in one session. And then I went on a massive downswing here in Texas the first time I was here, where I lost for like 2 months straight. But doing the vlog actually helped because I knew that I could talk through my feelings to the camera, and then I knew I had people backing me up. Like, there's that 5-10% that are hating on you, but 90% of the people or 95% of the people are encouraging, and they're trying to, showcase that, you can get through it. You're just running bad or making mistakes, but you can learn from them. So the vlog has really helped a lot. It just feels like you just have all these friends behind
Yeah, doing all that yourself or like bearing all of that yourself is a great way to go insane.
Yeah,
like,
of course, yeah.
If you're not talking it out with somebody, like strategically, it's super helpful to validate whether or not your thinking was biased or was correct in the choices you make. And then just, physically it helps to decompress by speaking some of those things out loud if it's...
I mean, the best thing I would say is trying to find a poker buddy that you can talk hands with.
Yeah.
That helped me out a ton. I don't have really that many poker friends that I talk to daily about hands. I have some, but I think that was like one of the best things for me is to just have a guy who is, you know, a friend that is good at poker, and you could just speak hands with. Hey, I limped under the gun with kings, and I got 3-bet jammed on by Moneymaker. What should, you know? What should I do? And he's going to tell you his insight, so it can help you out. Like,
That's
it
like
really is good.
such a game changer in my game. Exponentially improved when I started doing that. I have a buddy that lives around town that him and I were in the Marines together, and he's one of the guys that loves to do sims, and he was nice enough to basically listen to me complain about some 1-2 hands, and that made me improve so much because there's so many things that you're kind of blind to if it's just you thinking about your own strategy, when sometimes you could have a total blind spot of where your leaks are. So
it's just like with anything, like a coach with any kind of sport, you know, or you know, anything basically in general. Having a coach is good, or having a friend to talk over hands with. Ideally, you want to talk with somebody who is slightly
competent.
better than you.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be
not
the best case
reinforcing
scenario.
your. PM asks Lex, any thought of moving to Vegas like Rampage and Jamon Burton did recently?
I was thinking of that. I was really considering it when I was there in. When was I there? December. I was thinking about looking at places and trying to find like a 6-month lease, but I think Vegas for long term is not the move for me. Like, just being there for a year or more, I think I would get a little sick of it, and actually
it can wear on you a little bit.
I think Jamin said it. He talked to me about it. He said, well, he came from Missouri, I think, St. Louis. So it was a huge change, you know. I don't know if he liked it there or not. I have no idea. But he told me, he's like, I wish I would have moved here so much sooner. I regret not moving here sooner. But now that I'm here, he says that it's just like any other day. I go to the Strip, I go to Bellagio. It's just like any other day. So if I only go once or twice or 3 times a year, I still get that thrill of being in Vegas.
Yeah, same, absolutely. Yeah, you know. I'm sure the allure goes away quickly if you. I mean, anytime I've ever gone to Vegas, after about 2 or 3 days, I'm like, okay, all right.
I mean, I
think
spent
I'm
3
good.
weeks there, and I spent 3 weeks there a couple of times, and I love Vegas, but it does start to wear on you.
It's not like, you know, you're not living the. It's not a party.
Yeah, of course.
The whole time, especially if you're there to play poker.
Yeah.
If you're there to play poker, it's basically a grind, and you're
This
like,
is not a good spot for Holly.
oh, this
Hallie,
really
right?
sucks. Yeah, I've been saying Hallie, but
Okay. 3 bets pre-flop. Bets the flop. Turns. He thinks he turns gin with top. Excuse me. Got some allergies here, guys.
Neil having a pretty good night for himself as well, turning top 2.
He's gonna let it go. I think. There's not many bluffs
I don't know
here.
how you find a fold.
Just Neil is just. It's just he's very rarely bluffing into the initial 3-better when he bets the flop and then bets a turn. So Neil just has a lot of sets and 2 pairs here, because this ace is gonna help Hallie so much. He's going to have ace-king, aces, ace-queen. You just don't expect him to be doing. I think you do have to call once. Against Neil, maybe you could fold.
That's me.
Pez says, Ben, Lex, hello. Hello, Pez. So Hallie really in the tank. You don't blame him. This is kind of a. This is one of those hands where you have a bad feeling about it, but
Let's go.
You know it's a pretty strong hand.
Just very rarely bluff there. He's just not going to be bluffing on that card very often. Tough fold.
Chris Noman asks, Lex, when are you going to play a bracelet event?
Chris, hopefully this summer. We'll see. I'm not a big tournament guy. I've never done well in tournaments, so I have stayed away from them. I hate the feeling of losing 500, 300, 1,000 in a
Over
tournament.
and over and over.
And then you just waste 8 hours of your life. Some people love tournaments. I actually really enjoy tournaments, but I'm not that great at them.
It's a different animal
Yeah,
for sure.
I just don't have the skill. I was never that great at them. I think if you're good at poker in general,
You'll do okay.
Yeah.
But
it's
there are
just
some spots
so
that are just very different
Yeah.
in tournaments, and the guys that
big
put the work.
blinds deep. I mean, I play 1,000 big blinds deep here, and now I'm playing 15 big blinds deep.
So what do I
Yeah,
do?
it's
I
just
guess
a
I'm
lot.
all in.
It's just very high variance.
It's I get why people get hooked on it because that, you know, running a single buy-in up
it's
to
a thrill. Yeah.
yeah.
It's great.
But once you have several of those situations where you bubble after playing for 8 hours or 10 hours or something, that drive home, you're like, God, why do I do this?
I see a lot of people talking about like, oh, I got my tournament buy-in back in the cash games, where like they win like 1,100 in the cash game, but they spent 1,200 on the tournament, so they're even for the day, But it's like, well, if you just played cash, you could have made 1100
It's all
or more,
it's all
because you wouldn't
relative.
have spent 4 hours playing a stupid tournament. So,
Right.
I mean, I think they're great, and it's great to get people in the game and excited about the game, which is awesome. But
There's some like senses of accomplishment too,
Yeah, of
where
course.
that feel different. But yeah, cash is more consistent. I like the flexibility that cash is, where tournaments you have to be like, hey babe, I'm probably gonna be out of pocket for the next 10 hours.
well, here
And
it
it's-
starts at 10 a.m. on a Saturday. I'm like,
Right.
I haven't been up at 10 a.m. for at least a
That
year.
that cash game grinder's
Yeah.
schedule
I
is
haven't
not
been
conducive to
playing
that.
late, you know. That's another thing. The schedule is tough. Like they tell you, this is when you take a break. This is when you eat. Like, but I'm hungry now, man. I'm gonna wait.
I guess the World Series is different because it's kind of like the metric for your where people measure other poker players based on the amount of bracelets. It's a cool
Yeah.
bragging.
Yeah, it's
item.
very tough. The Hendon mob is very interesting because
Yeah.
you can have $1 million in earnings, but you can have $2 million in buy-ins. So it's like
Right, it doesn't
you really
have the full
don't know.
picture. Like all those nosebleed pros, like
Yeah.
you don't know how much they're backed,
Yep.
and then how much. Those guys can be down millions
Of
in
course, yeah,
buy-ins,
yeah.
and
Which
be in years of
Some of
makeup,
them could be. You don't know how much money they actually have. And
which is like why most of them just
interesting.
aren't that excited when they win.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
Yeah,
high
great.
rollers are like,
Yeah.
okay, they're on to the next one.
Yep.
They're not excited at
I
all.
don't get to keep too much of that, unfortunately. But
It does feel good going deep. Somebody, Chris says it feels crazy going deep. For sure, that's a really good
I
feeling.
think PM said something about allergies in Dallas, and it's been killing me here. Ragweed, he says. I don't
yeah,
know
it's
what
pretty
ragweed
the
is,
spring.
but man,
They have a. I think that
Cough.
online you can look up the levels of it in the air because it can really screw with some people.
it's tough. Like I have been sneezing, and well, not sneezing as much, but my lungs have just been got some congestion.
Yeah, imagine coming from. Look at this stack of cash. I love it. They pull out those stacks, bro. I wish they could play with cash.
I know. You guys should allow that once, you know? Like figure it out, have everyone verify the stacks beforehand. Say, okay, I'm gonna play with $40,000, it's gonna be here, and then allow that. That would be so awesome.
It'd be an awesome promo
I
too,
think
like to
it,
take
I think it could be
pics.
fun,
And,
yeah. I think it could work.
They did that in. There's not many places that still have cash play. They'll do it at the Golden Nugget
Yeah,
in
that's it, I
Vegas,
think, right?
and then like the Beau Rivage in Biloxi. I
Okay,
think.
I'm stopping there on my way home.
Oh, it's a
to
good time.
Florida,
Yeah, it's kind of random. It's like there's not much
Cash
else.
plays there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it's at least uncapped. But when the last time I was there, which was in 2012, maybe cash played, so things could have changed.
Could have changed by then.
But I know that they're like 1, 2, and 2, 5 is completely uncapped.
Okay. I'm
So-
excited for that. I'm gonna play one session there. Alec asked, Lex, will you do a vlog playing Pineapple? And I'm guessing he's getting that from Rampage. Just put out a Pineapple vlog.
Did he really?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Pineapple?
Yeah, pitch one.
It's a fun game. I'm gonna stick with just cash games for the vlogs. I don't even know if I'll. I mean, if I play a tournament and I run deep, I'll document it. But people seem to love the cash games, so that's what I'm gonna stick to.
Yeah.
Pineapple is just confusing. Same as PLO. I just think
The strategy.
I want to stick to my own niche. You know.
I
what's
always
working.
have spots in Pineapple where I'm like, I genuinely don't know what to do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like which card to pitch, and then inevitably comes favorable for that card that you pitch.
It's better for sure compared to PLO, but it still is very difficult. for
PLO
sure.
is brutal. It's like I always go in feeling confident playing PLO. It's like, yeah, I know how to play. I know, starting hands. I know that, you
I don't
generally
even
hands
know-
are
I don't even
undervalued.
really know that. I'm just like I just go with things that look pretty. You know.
I
that-
always just
that are connected.
donate playing the 4-card
Oh yeah,
game.
yeah. I think it's good to play sometimes. It's good a little mix. You know.
It just feels insane sometimes where it's like, okay, I completely stacked. Like all of your chips can get in on the turn.
Yep. Yeah,
Any-
it's pretty tilting.
Yeah.
It's fun to play short stack PLO. I played that
'Cause your
in
decisions are
Vegas,
limited.
Like, I think I played 5-5 PLO with $500, and it's just easy, you know, because $500 is a much less than what I'm normally buying it for, 2,000 or 3,000. So I'm okay with just getting that in with a draw, and I'm okay with losing that, which is what you have to be if you play PLO.
Right.
You cannot be scared money at all. You have to be ready to just put it in.
And there's some guys that, I mean, you can definitely get an edge in PLO. You just got to work at it, and it's a different. Same with like Big O. It's like it's
Yeah.
just a different
Well,
approach to the
unfortunately,
game.
PLO is not doing too well for the no limit streets because it's taking a lot of action
All the
players.
gamblers.
Yeah, a lot of action players are realizing, hey, this is fun. This is 4 cards. Like, I can make a straight and a flush and have a set at the same time.
Even
like,
more money
this
goes in
is
the middle.
crazy.
Yeah.
So then they gravitate towards those games, which, as a no-limit hold'em player for a living, you don't really like to see that. But, you know, as long as people are playing poker, that's fine.
What do you, this is a completely different subject. You know, you had that funny story about the griddle in the hotel room from Vegas last year. What's your living situation going to look like this go around?
So I have a studio apartment, basically, real close here, and it has a full kitchen.
Or I'm saying for Vegas, sorry.
Oh, for the, sorry. So.
This Hallie flops the joint.
Oh, nice. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a straight.
But Doogie flopped too. It's
Not
just
going to
like
get much action, though, unfortunately.
bottom pair for Neil and an inside straight draw for Brian. Backdoor hearts.
I think Brian can call once.
Especially if it's cheap enough.
Yeah.
225. Yeah.
He's going to call it. Looking to see a heart or an ace. There's a heart.
Heart. Okay, and he's open-ended now.
Oh, wow. Action card.
Not
Hallie
a great
should be
card
betting.
for Hallie.
He should be betting fairly big here.
Trying to charge all the draws.
Yeah, Brian can improve to 2 pair on this card. Flush draws. So he does 600, 2/3 pot. Good bet.
John Flavin says local honey will help you the best with your allergies. Don't put honey in hot drinks, only cold.
Drink it.
Worth trying, yeah, I guess.
Queen of clubs bricked out for Brian. Not the best run out for a straight on the flop. One liner now to a jack. Wouldn't surprise. I don't think. I think he can still go for some good value.
PM says Lex, I'll be at Beau Rivage March 15th and 16th.
You know, that might be around the same time. I think I'm leaving here on the 12th or the 14th to head back there. So maybe I'll see him there. Maybe.
That's fun. That was always one of my favorite things when I was single. It was like driving someplace and stopping at the card rooms on the way.
Yeah,
That just felt like
it's
you're kind
cool.
of like a rounder, kind of,
Yeah,
even though I
went
would just
to,
lose every single time.
You buying for $100? You're like, I'm such a rounder.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
Now I'm
that's
just
fun.
sitting eating McDonald's alone, crying in my car. It's like
that
I couldn't afford to lose that
It
100.
didn't work out too well. I did that in New Mexico. I stopped in Albuquerque and I went to, blanking on the name now. If you guys know, Albuquerque has a casino and has a poker room. And this is actually kind of an interesting story. This has never happened before.
There's not many in
On
New Mexico, right?
Yeah, it's Sandia, I think. Sandia is the resort.
Okay.
It has a poker room. They had a 2-5 game, and I got there. So I drove all the way from Dallas to New Mexico in one day. I got there at like
Sheesh.
8 o'clock.
That is a brutal
And
drive.
I'm like, look, I'm kind of bored. I want to play some poker. So I take my dog on a walk, and I put him in the room, and I go to the casino, and I go sit down at the poker table, and I get a call. And I'm there for like 8 minutes, and I get a call, and they're like, hi, this is the Comfort Inn. Your dog is barking a lot. I'm like, oh, he should be fine. He'll probably just go to sleep. But then I looked at my clock. It's like 10:30. So I'm like, I should probably leave. And like, I think what happened was he was sitting in the car all day long. He wasn't like exercising. And then I immediately went out to the casino, because usually he just falls asleep whenever I'm home or whenever I'm gone. So I had to cut the session short. I literally played for like 14 minutes. And that was it. But it was a fun little experience to go check that out.
What's your dog's name?
Rogue. R-O-G-U-E. Yep.
Rogue Fitness, the dog.
Yep. He is named after a couple things, you know.
That's
Star
awesome.
Wars or-
That's cool that he travels so well with you. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
other
he's
than
great.
the incident with the hotel.
Well, he does bark when I leave, but eventually he'll bark, and then eventually he'll just, relax. Some dogs do that, but
yeah.
any kind of just being alone for a little bit. But then eventually he just falls asleep. But as for Vegas, I have a couple options. I'm going to stay with friends potentially. There was a subscriber who watches my videos who reached out to me that he has a condo in Vegas.
Nice.
And he could rent that out to me.
That's
the
like
Westgate.
the unspoken benefit
Oh,
of
yeah,
doing
it's
the
great.
vlog.
I
Is like
know.
you get to network.
Well, if you follow my Instagram, I did that for Florida. I just posted that I'm going back to Florida, but because of the crazy prices for spring break, it's South Florida right now. That
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to look for like a month and a half, 2 month short-term lease in Florida, because I don't want to lease an apartment and then be gone for 2 months in Vegas, because that's just double rent basically. So I've had a bunch of people reach out to me, 3 or 4 people reach out and say, I have a condo in South Beach, I have some place up here.
So sick.
So I'm like, okay, we'll see what works out the best, but it definitely
Work
helps.
those perks, man.
Yeah,
That's
for
so
sure.
dope.
And I'm hoping in Vegas I can either stay in this place with him or I have some friends I can stay in an Airbnb. I did Bally's last year, and that gets pretty rough because there's no refrigerator, there's no stove, it's small.
That's right.
You know, Bally's in general is one of the run-down casinos, you know.
Where the World Series is going to be?
Yeah, it's not the nicest. It's not like Bellagio, not like the Wynn, you know, which is why it's cheaper. But
And you're pretty strict with your diet, so like you're trying to cook.
it's not that I'm that strict. It's just I have
Or you care.
somewhat of a
You don't-
sensitive like stomach where I can't just eat
Garbage.
out all the time. You
Yeah.
know, it would just mess
Look
up
at
my
this
stomach.
hand. It comes runner fives for Dustin after
top two
Brian's
pair.
got top
Wow.
2.
Brian is not running too great today.
Yikes.
Uh-oh.
He had a great session last week, winning about 10,000.
I think it's just going to go call. I think Brian will just call.
I don't know. What can you imagine you're losing to?
Brian slow played the flop. Oh, he's going to raise.
Oh,
Ooh.
Dustin loves this. But once you see a 3-bet from Dustin, now you got to think, okay,
This
there's
is-
no way I'm good.
This is interesting here because Dustin could just call because Brian raised pre-flop, checked back the flop. Yeah, he's just going to call. Cooler. That's tough. Brian is not having the best night.
This is one of those
Tough
you
night.
let him get there type
Yep.
things. It checks on flop and
He
comes
played
to
it
5 on the
perfect.
turn.
Brian played it perfect. He checked back on the flop. He got value on the turn.
And then it just comes up
yeah,
cooler.
unfortunately, there's a 5 on the river.
So this is good feedback because I was considering getting a place at Bally's for whenever I'm there for the World Series, but maybe I'll rethink that.
Is this you or are you reading in the comments? This is what
Oh,
you
this
were doing?
is me saying, yeah.
No, Bally's is fine. How long are you going to be there?
Probably like, depending on if I run deep or not, so like
Okay.
3 to
Oh,
5
yeah.
days,
Bally's is fine for 3 or 5 days, yeah.
but
that's
not
fine.
long term.
Yeah, I mean, if I stay there for 2 weeks and it's like, okay, 2 weeks in a hotel is too much. for
Yeah,
sure.
one of the things I've only been able to go to Vegas like maybe 3 times over the course of my life, and
Okay.
it's really fun. It's like a fun,
Yep.
especially if you're a poker player. But the one thing that's my biggest pet peeve is trying to find food. It's like you can
Oh,
either go to
so
a 4-star
difficult. Yeah,
restaurant,
I know.
or you can go like get a sandwich from Starbucks
Yeah, it's
and
terrible.
literally hate
or you eat
yourself,
pizza and
or like
I mean,
Panda
it's-
Express.
Yeah, it's tough, and I'm not strict with my diet. I mean, if you see me here, I'll be eating like I'm gonna order Chick-fil-A here soon. Like,
Heck yeah.
I will eat that kind of stuff, but for me, I need to have like at least 3 or 4 meals a day, and it's very hard to do that without cooking, or you're gonna spend ridiculous amounts of money. Like if you're eating out for breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack 4 times a day, you're gonna spend ridiculous amounts of
Yep.
money.
And
So-
they do this on purpose. Like it's impossible to
course,
like
yeah.
get up from the game,
Yeah.
go to a convenient place to find a good meal, and then come back.
Food in
basically have to
Vegas
get
is
up from the
terrible.
game. Yeah.
I mean, they give you comps at Bellagio, but I'm spending like $20, $25 for a chicken and rice, and you're like, oh my god, you know, it's not even that good. Like, how am I spending so much money? I spent like there's a steak that I get at the Wynn, and I spend $100 on it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a great steak. It's great.
but it's an
steak.
actual $100 steak.
It costs $80-some plus the fee and tip. So I'll
And you get it at
spend
the
$100
table, or you go to the steakhouse?
Yeah, I get it at the table. So I'm just like, whatever. I'm playing, you know.
Especially when you're playing for tens of thousands of dollars.
I'll get it
$80
once.
is like, all right.
I've gotten it twice, and I'm like, okay, I'll get it once. I'm like,
And it's really good.
Once a trip, I'll get the steak. You know.
Dude, my mouth is literally watering
No,
right
I
now
know.
thinking
It's
about
great.
that.
It's an amazing. It's go to the Wynn, get the steak if you're there.
Dude, when is a good time?
You
I
might
have-
have to drop a blackbird, but
Yeah. I have a
It's
group
worth
of
it.
buddies that like to play blackjack, and every year, inevitably, they're like, hey, guys, I got comped at the Win. Who wants
There
to
you
go?
go. I've never stayed there, but I would like to. That'd be fun.
JC Sound Guy says, check out Las Vegas foodie vlog on YouTube. I just might.
Sure, there's
Because
a
that's
ton.
the one thing that's it's
You got a good flop here.
the last time I was in Vegas, I basically ate, breakfast is one of the hardest things to do for me. I basically ate the Starbucks freaking sandwich and coffee every single morning. It's like, of all the restaurants in this town, I'm having to eat this. It's
Yeah,
like so
pretty
brutal.
tough. The food is the worst part.
If you're trying to eat
Dustin
healthy,
is
like
keeping up the aggression.
I'm
But you're just spending a lot of money too. I mean, how much are you spending at Starbucks for breakfast?
Yeah, 15
12,
bucks.
15 bucks. Yeah,
Stupid.
You do that for 5 or 6 days. When you're at home, you make eggs in a
Yep.
freaking bagel. It
50 cents.
Costs you nothing.
Yeah. I'm hardcore keto currently,
Okay.
and so it's even harder to, you got to be pretty strict on
Yeah,
that kind of
of course.
stuff, and so we'll see. If I'm ripped by the summer, maybe I won't be on keto.
right.
But so we got top for Neil and pretty nice little flush draw for Dustin.
This went 3-bet pre-flop by Dustin, cold call by Neil in the
That's
small blind.
interesting, yeah.
So he under-upped his hand. Shouldn't have many ace-king here. You know?
Dustin, chance to maybe get a free card.
I wouldn't mind a check back for Dustin. I mean, this 5 is not too great for your hand. Yep, he checks back, needs a spade, and he
banks
gets it.
Wow.
The nuts.
Great feeling. And so now
it is the best feeling, right? You just hit the flush, right?
Neil might feel compelled to
He's
bet.
gonna lead out. Okay.
3,100 in the pot. He bets about a third pot. Dustin with the absolute nutter butters.
I guess with this bet, it's basically a blocker bet. He's trying to block here so that he's not facing a huge bet. If he checks and Dustin bets 3,000, he's in a gross spot.
Yeah,
But
seeing
now
the
he
cards.
can get away, you know. He's going to bet 1,200. Dustin's going to raise maybe to 37 or
Dustin
something.
maybe clicks it back if he wants to get paid here. I mean, we get to see the cards, so we know that Neil could probably call an additional
It's a
1,200.
one-liner to a 6 too. So I mean, Dustin or Neil can have some sets that he calls in the small blind. He can have pocket 6s. Interesting spot. What sizing do you want to go here? I think 3,200 will get you paid. In my mind, if I don't see the cards. I think he's going 4 plus. 5,000.
That's why I moved over to sit between them. But I felt really bad for Chris.
It's okay. I mean, he definitely was like, oh.
You're hoping with this sizing that he has. Neil goes all in. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Neil jammed all in over the $5,000 raise on the river. Dustin snap calls. Wow. $32,000 pot.
We need an instant replay for this. I got distracted by a text.
Oh my gosh.
This is a $32,000 pot. Dustin's going to win plus 16,400. And Dustin is pretty hard to contain himself right now. I mean, what a beautiful situation for the nuts.
Dustin raises the river to 5,000. Neil tanks, jams all in. Dustin snap calls him. Wow, what a pot.
Oh my gosh.
Neil was visibly frustrated.
I don't blame him. Dustin hitting 2 pure river cards to win massive pots.
Huge.
Oh my gosh. What do y'all think about that in the chat? Let us
That
know.
is a Texas poker pot.
Welcome to Texas, my friends.
Yep. What a pot. Looks like Neil's going to be calling it after that. I don't blame him. That's a tough one. He looked pretty frustrated. I mean, it's never fun. He's obviously turning his ace-king into a bluff when he does that. And to just get snap called, it's never good. Never fun.
Preston,
Tough spot.
Preston Fox, good idea. Sounds like you need to pitch a keto-only high-end Vegas spot, Ben. That is a pretty good idea. My wife would literally murder me if I said, hey, you know what we're going to do?
Oh,
I'm going to open a business in Vegas. Your favorite.
I'm going to have to be there every weekend, honey. Sorry.
Pez says the body language got him paid. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, you're right. Yikes, dude. Misclick.
Good bet, Dustin. Nice hand.
Dude, yeah, way to
Wow.
get the absolute max.
I thought the raise was a little big. 5,000 is very greedy, but it turned out it looked like Neil just wanted it. He just said, look, I am going to try to win this hand. And the only way I can do it is to go all in.
Yeah, maybe Neil thought had so underrepped his hand that
I don't think he was. I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm not in his head, so I don't know. Not sure if he was going all in for the value, if he was trying to bluff or not. I mean, it's a pretty scary board. If you don't have a flush, what is Dustin going to do when he goes all in there?
right. The stacks are pretty significant now. Multiple players with over 30,000 behind. This is a serious poker game
Yep.
now. I mean, we could see a $60,000 pot, especially with, Dustin getting it in the middle, Moneymaker getting it in the middle.
Wow.
Top here for Moneymaker.
Big
2
game.
folds. Yeah, this is a huge poker game. I just can't, I've said this before, but like just casually sitting down and buying in for 30,000 US dollars like any other poker game. I cannot fathom being in that headspace to be like, yeah, this is totally normal. It's
Well,
like, yeah, I'll have 30,000.
Hopefully, if you have good bankroll management, then it's not that big of a deal. That's
Right.
that's you know.
But
it
even
doesn't
just
mean-
thinking about that math,
No, I know it's
that's
crazy.
like, you know, to have 100 buy-ins of 30,000
Yeah.
is,
Well, I mean, that's I don't know if.
if you're trying to play professionally.
Yeah, I don't
guess.
know if they're at that level. If some of them, I mean, I have no idea
Right.
what's going on with finances of these guys, but 100 buy-ins for 30,000 would be a lot. I would say, you know, that's just crazy, you know. But like, but I mean, ideally, if you're buying it for $10,000 and you're playing this game regularly, you need that 30, 40 buy-ins at least, minimum. I mean, the thing about this game is it's so high variance. You just have so many big action players, so.
And you playing so deep,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
That
You could just get screwed. And I had that happen to me. I lost like $13,000 at 2-5. I mean, so imagine if that was 25-50. I mean,
so
that's
we've
tough
got a
one.
flop here. Brian flops Broadway draw and the nut heart draw.
Does
Jack
Moneymaker
10.
have quads? No,
No, not yet.
Quads. It's possible.
5 of spades in the turn, so Moneymaker and Dustin with the same hand. Brian actually a favorite with just the draw. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much of a stack now to if he hits his hand.
Mirage is picking his spots tonight. He's
That's right.
playing patient. Dustin, right after that big win, that huge pot, sitting on 32,000 now. Wow. It's interesting that JD used to. He hasn't played a hand yet since I've been here. JD, you got to loosen up.
Yeah, he hadn't had much to go, but he also, you know, isn't particularly splashy at times.
He likes to pick his spots as well. But in the past, JD has tried to cover the table. Is that correct? But now he seems to be just content with having a $15,000, $20,000 stack. Have you been seeing that more recently, I guess?
What's the question?
I think in the past that JD has always tried to cover the entire table. I don't know if I could be wrong or not, but it seems to be lately that if someone stacks up to 30,000, he doesn't immediately add on, which seems like good etiquette for the game, in my opinion.
Right, to try
You
to
don't-
blow up the game.
Yeah, you're just. Well, he does have a $25,000 stack. Okay.
He definitely has the
doesn't look
capability to
great,
do it.
Like if someone doubles up, especially an action player or someone who doesn't play for a living, and you immediately add on right after to try to cover them, it kind of looks
Communicates
a
like I'm coming for
little,
you.
it looks a little aggressive. So I can see potentially if he is just content with not having the entire table covered. He does have 5 or yeah, he's got a lot of big ones. So. Yeah, I was playing three-handed on Friday night with JD and Assassin. If you know who Assassin is,
I can't place him.
he's a regular on the weekends. Older Asian guy, really funny.
Three-handed.
Yeah, I was playing because the game was 7-handed, then 8-handed, then we were 3-handed. I'm like, look, I'll play to the dealer changes, and then another guy sat down, and I'm like, okay, this guy seems like action. But the thing, when you're playing, I don't know if you've ever played 5-10 before. Have you ever played?
No, I haven't.
Have you played much 2-5 in your life?
I have, yeah.
So like you're playing 2-5 and things are going okay, and you're just like, you just don't really want to leave. You know, you're
Yep.
like, okay, I want to keep playing. And the day that you play 5-10, you're gonna feel that too. Like it's a bigger game, it's more exciting. You get that thrill, which is what everyone's kind of looking for in poker. You know, you like to get the thrill of winning a big pot or playing a big pot.
Especially if you feel like you're in the zone,
Yeah.
making good decisions and running okay.
I mean, it was definitely not the most profitable situation to be sitting there playing three-handed with these guys, but you know, sometimes.
But also, you could win 20,000.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Now your
Yeah, the
weekend has
game's
changed.
big.
You say 6
King high versus king high.
air v air. Mirage though, gonna bluff at it. Dustin might just get out of the way.
You got 707 people in the chat. Is that right, or am I lagging behind?
No, I show 714.
Oh, 714.
So
okay.
Dustin's going to check
Good.
min click it here. This is an interesting little leveling war, and he's
Okay.
actually going to get it through.
Nice.
So
had the best
Dustin, he's
hand.
got some plays up his sleeve.
Yep. That's a tournament play right there.
That's
you
right.
See that, you would see that in tournaments where people are just like, I know you don't have it. And that's why I'm bad at tournaments, because I don't make those plays very often.
The check, raise, min click with absolute air
Yeah.
on a paired board.
Basically just saying that I know you have nothing and you can't call.
We're rounding out our final hour of this 25, 25, 50 no limit stream. It's Ben, K, and Lexo with you for the next hour for our high stakes Tuesday night. Thanks to everybody joining us, for hitting the like button, for subscribing, all that good YouTube stuff, for the powerful algorithm, the all-knowing, all-seeing algorithm.
I'm not sure if people understand how big this game is. Like, 25, 50 blinds. I mean, this is a huge game. You just don't think about it because you're just watching here.
Yep.
But I mean, Moneymaker's got 33,000. That's a year's salary for some
Yep.
people. And
Cash
the guy's
money.
just sitting there with it on the table, gambling with it.
And he doesn't have the one buy-in. Like,
Yeah, of course.
he's
It's
a
just,
pro.
it just shows how big this game is and how big ballers these players are that they can just sit down
And
with this money.
that hand between Dustin and Neil was
Yep.
$32,000.
It's insane. It really is.
Moneymaker with
It's
King
exciting to
7
watch.
high. Dustin, his nemesis, once again, 8-6 high. He might keep doing it.
Oh, wow. And it works again. Putting in the aggression.
This is why you don't show your cards.
Yeah.
Is if you keep getting away
Yeah.
with this kind of
Yeah.
stuff. That is a very nice spot to be in. Moneymaker winning 21,000.
Wow, what a sick night.
And Dustin winning 18. Everyone else losing tonight.
I'm waiting for JD to play a pot. I want to see how it goes here. Let's give him a hand. He needs a hand to play. We'll do the chat here.
I'm in. 3 wins. Relax. 3 wins. 1 each. I got to have the tiger feet. I got to do it.
All right. Mirage is getting his drink. Looking down at ace, deuce of diamonds. Lets it go. A little tighter forward, but against these players, it's fine.
Thanks for subscribing, Linsky.
I smell a 3-bet coming here from Dustin, I would guess. Or a call, okay.
Just a call, changing gears a bit.
When you're super deep with someone, you know, you don't always want to be 3-betting all the time.
Right.
And this is a good spot, flopping top pair.
Top pair with a queen. After Moneymaker raised button, he's got a C-bet range. But unfortunately, he just got popped by...
King 7 deuce rainbow, the quintessential driest board basically out there. There's just nothing on here. And he's going to raise again.
Check raise right away.
Moneymaker can't do anything. He just lets it go.
Moneymaker doesn't have any pride.
No.
He's willing to just immediately fold.
And that's where I've gotten in trouble before, and I continue to get in trouble, is like in those spots I'd float, trying to bluff later. And I did that the other day at a 2-5 game, lost like a $800 or something stupid. And I'm like, why did I just fold on the flop? You know?
Right, right.
You have to have the
Like,
discipline.
There's always the next hand, and also, like, pride
Yeah,
rarely has got us anything.
Yeah, it's tough. And you feel as if someone's just picking on you, where they're raising
Like
you
they
a lot.
see
and
right through
yeah.
you.
But in reality, a lot of the time they just have a good hand.
Yeah,
That's
or
it.
just the setup is like they've got a good drawing hand. And there's a whole lot of things that can happen. These things happen in waves.
King 8 suited, easy open, 150. JD, more rags.
You want to see it? You want to see the money shot?
Brian's gonna 3-bet. I like it. And takes it down. Should be 3-betting a lot there with the straddler behind. With a strong hand like ace-jack.
Dustin, V-pipping 41%, pretty high, but he's also had his slew of hands. Crushing those Bud Lights.
Gotta order my dinner here. Uber Eats is coming in clutch right
That's
now.
one of the big perks of playing at TCH is that you can basically get any restaurant delivered here.
It's kind of crazy.
Chick-fil-A is going to hit it.
Yeah, I need some Chick-fil-A.
There's nothing to eat at Chick-fil-A when you're on keto except a salad, I guess.
Oh,
Salad and grilled nuggets do not do it for you.
Last 2 times I've had Chick-fil-A ordered, delivered, they've messed up my milkshake, and the milkshake comes with Chick-fil-A, or the sandwich, you need to have the combo, you know?
That's right.
And so I was
For the
so
full
annoyed
experience.
the second time when they forgot it. So I messaged him, missing item. The guy came back and he gave it to me. So I'm like, where was this, you know?
What?
He, like, I don't know if he was trying to take it or if he left it in his car.
Ah.
Because there's no way he went all the way to the place and came back
Of course
in
not.
7 minutes, you know? So I think he just forgot about it.
Uber Eats called him. He's like, "Do you have his milkshake?"
Yeah,
He's halfway drinking it.
Yeah, here you go, man. I opened it up. It didn't look half drank. So
I'd still drink it.
yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
What are you gonna do?
It's worth it, in my opinion.
Those shakes are so good there.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. Here,
I get the cookies and cream, add strawberry.
oh,
It's pretty nice.
that is interesting.
I mean, it's a full day's worth of meals
Yeah.
in one drink, but screw it. Chris Dirty Sturdy asks, at Lex, what is your alcoholic beverage of choice?
Oh, that's interesting. I like IPA beers.
IPA beers
Yeah.
for the bros. All right.
I'll drink some Bud Light here and there. I'm not a big liquor guy. I don't really like the way liquor, gets me. I just think it's a different kind of drunk, It's not I'm not a big fan.
Right.
I can just drink beer all. I'm not a heavyweight at all. I'm pretty much of a lightweight, but I'll drink a couple beers and I'm fine. But if I start taking shots and oh no,
It's like the next day you're gonna
yeah,
pay.
yeah. Well, even then too, it just becomes a different kind of drunk that I'm not,
Out of control.
Yeah, I just don't really want to be in there on. But I've noticed that I'm such a lightweight. Like, I'll go on a date or go out with somebody and I'll drink like
It's like, hey,
a
can you
beer and a
drive?
half, and I'm like, fuck, God, I'm drunk. I bought these IPAs in Austin that were like 7%.
Those look sneak up on you a little
I
bit.
know. I drank 2. And I was feeling it, and the girl that I was hanging out with, she just was like pounding them, not like in a bad way, but just like no problem. I'm like, I'm gonna switch to water. Is that okay?
As Hallie turns it inside straight, Moneymaker just with 10-9 high. Yeah, those those are some of my favorite beers. The like Voodoo Ranger makes an IPA that's like 9% maybe, and
Yeah.
it is
I would
good
rather
bang for your
drink
buck.
the beer with higher percentage, so I have to drink less.
Yep.
Just as it's easier to get the job done. You're not just sipping on Miller Lights
Right,
the whole
just
time.
pounding
Yeah.
calories.
That
Yeah.
just gets a little too much. What's this? Having a tough time with my Uber Eats, guys. I'm trying
It's his
to
first time using a
trying to
smartphone.
reorder. Like, it should just be so much easier to reorder an item.
I know your dad's come up here before.
He was just here. He was just here last weekend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He loves this place.
And he plays pretty high too, right? Like he's
He
not
plays
just playing 1,
2-5. He plays 2-5 and he buys in for 1,000, 2,000. So fairly high stakes. He's very tight. He doesn't get out of line. He doesn't. He just sits and waits, which is in Texas is a decent style to have.
Sure.
The only problem with him is that he's a 60-plus-year-old man who doesn't speak too much. So when he raises, it's like, okay, he's got it. It's
So
like
it's a
he
little
makes it
exploitable.
25 under the gun. You're like, aces? Yeah, you got aces? Okay.
But
Alright.
it's also
It
hard to
works
go
out.
wrong.
Yeah, he still
Squeak
gets
out
action
20 an
most
hour.
of the time. Most
Yeah,
of the
especially
time.
in this town. It's like plenty of people aren't even paying attention, and he'll still look you up light.
I was reading too much.
Dick Wong asks, "Do you drink when you play?"
Asking me that question?
Uh-huh.
I try not to because I think it definitely affects my play. Unless I'm playing, low stakes, that doesn't really matter. But I've done it multiple times, and it definitely affects me negatively. I play worse for sure.
Right.
I actually was last time I was in Vegas. I was drinking a little bit, playing 5-10, and I was like, "This is a bad idea." It was not smart. But the drinks are free there,
I know,
So you're
that's
just like, I
it's
got
tough.
like Fireball and Bud Lights, and I'm like, "Whew, this was not a good idea. Because I'm just splashing around, 3-betting with like Queen 3 suited.
Yeah.
It's fun, but I should have done it at 1-2,
Right.
not at 5-10.
Right. Yeah. Like if you're gonna drink and play, you probably need to play the lowest stakes.
Yeah,
So
of course. It is fun.
yeah, especially when it's like, oh, all this is free.
Yeah, that's a huge
And you're not
thing
playing
with
table
it.
games
And
where it's
so
like, I'm not
easy.
paying for
I
these.
didn't have to drive home. I just walk across the valley, so it was amazing. Like, the tough part now is like, especially like in Miami, is you got to get an Uber to go to place, and it's like a 30-minute drive, and then it costs $40, whatever, and then you got to try to find the Uber and go back, or you're going to try to drive and
it's
find a
too
parking
much.
spot. Then you can't drink and drive, so you got to wait. It's like, or get a driver. So it's very, very tough. I mean, of course people do it, but for me, it's like I'd rather just relax. JD with 2 pair in a full house, finally. JD's got a hand here, but unfortunately Niraj has nothing. He goes check, bet, call, check, check. JD's going to bet. All right, a little run good from JD. JD was running hot Friday night.
Oh, yeah?
From what I was playing with him, he was running hot. I think he was down a little bit before, but
I'm always curious about how he does, during the week, because I see him playing the stream so much. But
Yeah.
he's got a real job,
Yeah.
but he also somehow finds time to play a lot of poker as well.
yeah, he's an extremely smart guy. He knows the game very well. So, yes, he doesn't play poker for a living, but I would say he plays as good, if not better, than players who consider themselves
Yeah.
professionals, you know?
Yeah, somebody said, you definitely don't have to be a winner to be a professional poker player.
Yeah, you could be a guy who just kind of squeaks by with some wins here and there and says, oh, I'm a professional. I don't like to use that term as much anymore because of my vlog. Like, calling yourself a professional gives that tone or that like, it just, I don't know, people don't like it, that you're just like, I'm a professional poker player. So I just say I play for a living, or players who play for a living, you know?
Uh-huh.
And it just is, I think,
Less sinister or
yeah,
less
it
like...
just sounds better, I guess, even though the definition of a professional poker player is someone who makes their money from playing poker, which is what I do. So, but that just the term of that, people don't like when you're like cocky, you know, saying
Yeah.
I'm a professional. But yeah,
Especially when there's like, it's hard to be cocky if you're intellectually honest about it, because
yeah,
there are very few players that are just crushing all the time
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Like, given the stake that you're
we
playing.
never know anybody's actual results. I
Right.
mean, you can
So
see
it's
a
easy to
4-hour live
flex.
stream, but you see on Instagram people winning, but then you see a 2-week streak where you don't see them, and you're like, what happened, man? Where's
Little
your
omissions
stacks,
going
huh?
on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's. I used to be, enjoy following the chip porn
Yep.
accounts, but it's like, oh, y'all are just flexing. Like, you are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
posting
I try
about
to
your.
show the wins and the losses, and I think a lot of vloggers do that as well, which
Yeah,
is the
people
best part about it.
appreciate the authenticity a little more, I think. So middle pair for Brian, Broadway draw for Dustin. 8 on the turn, so Mirage actually picks up a pair, but Brian's still ahead. Four on the end, King, Queen 10. Brian gonna bet for value on the end, 225. Mirage might look him up, but no.
Would you like to remove anything from your sandwich? Pickles? No. No way. No pickles for me.
That's like half of their whole spiel over there. They put the 2 pickles on there, and that's
no,
it.
I don't like that. That's not my thing. Alright, gonna be a little large. So what we got here? We got another. They're 30 minutes behind us. Is that right?
Usually about 15.
Or ahead? Sorry.
We're watching stuff that happened 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
So however you want to view that.
JD with the 10 deuce, no go. Holly gets a walk.
Raise and take it. Or no, Hallie gets an extra true walk. Pretty rare in this game. Generally, these guys are in there raising and 3-betting. Need to play a big one.
That pot with Neil and Dustin was insane. We almost missed the action, too. It was so fast. He goes all in, and Dustin just snap calls. And I had no idea. I'm like, what happened?
So quickly.
Because you can't hear everything. Because we're talking and we're back here. So you can't hear him say all in. But that was an insane pot. And Moneymaker's laugh is hilarious.
It is funny.
Playing with him this past weekend and stuff, he just giggles.
Giggles Moneymaker.
Yep.
Ace 7 of hearts. He's going to pop it to 200. Back over to Hallie. A playable Queen 9. Out of position, though, versus the German Crusher.
Alright, here we go.
Ace, Queen, Jack. Top pair for Moneymaker. Second pair for Hallie.
Backdoor
Backdoor
flush
clubs.
draw, yeah. Can't go anywhere.
It's going to continue for 200. Mighty Hammer. I did not know Ben was a jarhead. Simper if. Simper 5 back at you, Mighty Hammer.
But category of the military were you in? Sorry.
Marines.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
That's what's
Simplify. Yeah,
Simplify is,
the,
right? Yeah.
the motto is Semper
Okay.
Fidelis.
What years was
always
that?
faithful. I was there 2011 to the end of 2015.
Okay. How old are you? 32?
I'm 32. Yeah,
Okay.
we're the same age, right? Or are you're a couple years older?
29.
Oh, you're 29.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Man, you're a great 29, bro.
Yeah, I'm feeling older, man. It's getting there. Almost 30.
Yeah, it's weird
That's
when you
wild.
pass that 30 mark.
Yeah, it's
Things
gonna
start
be
to hurt a
wild.
little more.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
I'm moving a little slower these days.
Yeah, I can get you. My old man strength is coming in, hopefully.
Heck,
here soon.
yeah.
I'm hoping. I'm waiting for that. Haven't seen much of it yet, but I've heard things about
Same.
it.
It's like I thought it would come whenever we
Yeah.
started having to hold this baby all
Yeah,
day.
you
but
have the
it's
dad strength
Still,
too, right?
I'm really hoping it comes through soon. I'm really banking on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing getting into your 30s. You're like, okay, I feel like I'm still 23, 25, 26. And then when someone says, you know, I'm 31, 32, you're like, okay, getting a little older.
Yeah, it's definitely not. That's 21 was many years
Yep.
ago. 10, 11 years ago.
Do you know how old JD is? That is an interesting question. I
think
have no
he's
idea.
Probably mid-30s.
Mid-30s, probably, yeah.
I haven't asked him.
I mean, Kyle are probably around the same age. We got a straight for Dustin. Raj is going to be betting here.
Spades. Dustin.
Just calls.
Dustin having an okay night so far.
Brick pairs the board. I think Niraj is probably going to give up here. He's double-barreled so far. Yep, gives up. Good give up. Wasn't going to work against the straight. Bad river for him to bluff there. Six-handed poker is tough poker, especially with 3 blinds.
Yeah, and when you're, the better players oftentimes prefer shorthanded.
Yeah, of course. See
You have a lot more
hands and
moves.
Yep.
And that can get a little dicey for you if you're not prepared with a 6-max strategy.
Yep. All right. Let's see. I want to see JD and Moneymaker play a big pot. That would be fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, those
So
guys
they
are
don't
always
battle
battling.
very often. Like, I don't see them as much as like Kyle and JD or Rom and JD.
Yeah, last year they went a lot more back and
Okay.
forth. They've been staying away from each other, I think. 9-7 of diamonds in the small blind, and he bumps it. He's not scared.
Oh, 9-7 suited 150. JD right on cue.
Oh, you might
There
have
it
your
is.
hand. Let's go.
Let's see a 6-7-9 flop. Ooh, I mean the way JD runs.
Oh, a 7-7 moneymaker.
God, he must love this. He's running so good.
JD just 10 high. He's gonna bluff at
Yep.
it.
Nice check Moneymaker gets JD to bluff with 1% equity. I think I would like a bet here if I was JD if there was 1 diamond. Just so you can, oh, he's going to put in a check raise. This is going to finish the hand right now. Lets it go. Takes it down, running hot in seat number 2. Is that right?
I
3,
guess technically it's 3. He's got that
Man,
grin.
If that was him, I would never. Oh, the funny thing I told him. So I actually did. You know, I've been seeing his face on TCH Live now for how long? 6 months or more. He's been playing, and I thought that he was an American kid. Like I thought that because he's kind of got like an American face. I don't know for some reason. I was just like, oh, this is a Texas guy. He's from America. Then I'm
He
sitting
opened his
there.
mouth.
Then he starts talking to me. I'm like, where are you from? He's like, I'm German. Like, oh, okay. Shit. I messed up.
Niraj from the ace king off under the gun. That's funny. He's got a great accent.
But he's got the Dallas hat. It's perfect. And then, of course, I wasn't smart enough to read his sweatshirt that he always wears that says something about where he's from. So that's on me.
It's a lot of limps around. Niraj, ooh, might get a chance to
Ryan's going to
limp
put in
3-bet.
the raise here with Queen 10 of clubs. Big raise, 425. What do you do here after you limp under the gun, and then you have a shorter stack, Brian? You got to put in the 4-bet, I
Yeah, I
think.
think, and be prepared to play for stacks
Yep.
with him.
Here it comes. Good play.
And, you know, oftentimes at the lower stakes, this screams aces, but I like it. I mean, it's risky because
There you go. This is the problem with Brian raising this hand out of the 3rd blind is that you could potentially get 3-bet from a limper, or you make a massive pot with just queen 10 of diamonds, which is a playable hand, but you know, you don't really want to withstand too much pressure with it, and he lets it go.
Nice hand to Niraj.
Yep. But Brian was saying he had the try, which I like it. He's trying to play a big pot.
Yeah, I'm always.
He doesn't want to just check and have it be a small pot,
Right.
so I can get behind it.
I always favor the guys that are willing to
Yep.
put some aggression in there. It seems like a better default strategy.
Yeah.
But you got to be selective about it.
It's a higher variance strategy, but usually it's more exciting to watch. That is for sure.
And on the surface, like if everybody's limping, then that feels like everybody's weak. So you have a hand that's
Yeah, he just ran
steal-worthy.
into it, unfortunately, that he had ace-king. All right, Moneymaker with a mystery hand. Raised to 150. Dustin is going to get out of line on the button.
Dustin wants to play a big one with Moneymaker.
Yeah.
He wants the stacks.
Well, it makes a big 3-bet.
60,000 between
Wow.
the two.
750. What does Moneymaker have here?
Just folds.
Probably had like queen 10 offsuit. Something that he cannot even consider calling.
Moneymaker plays pretty balanced, so like
Yep.
he definitely can have weak hands, but also he's happy to fold
very,
that.
disciplined.
Yeah,
Very
he's happy to
disciplined.
fold that to a 3-bet, but the times that he's got a monster, he's going to pop you, bro. So he's like, keep 3-betting me with the suited gappers. See what happens. Plus, like he was in the booth with me last week.
Okay.
I think it was last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. When he went back to Germany, he studied all these streams. Like he knew that he was going to be playing this, so
yeah,
he's
of course.
analyzed all these. So like this will definitely be learning points for him. when he
I
watches
love
this
being able to
back.
go back and watch and see what people have. It just makes it so much better, you know?
It validates, whether or not you.
What's
Now
happening
you
here?
just fold.
He
Queen-
doesn't want to
king,
get
queen in the small
involved
blind?
with JD. That's interesting.
JD raised button 200. I guess he feels like he needs to 3-bet or fold the king queen off.
Which is mostly the case. That's an interesting play.
And it comes ace high with 7.
King Queen is a tough hand
Ace
because,
king 7.
you know, it does perform well, but it's kind of a 3-bet bluff, you know? It's not the top tier premium hands you want to be 3-betting, but when JD opens the button over the limp, he's going to be doing that with such a wide range, which he has. Ace 5 offsuit.
4 spades on the turn. Niraj with the best of it right now.
Once again, that's a move 1-2 must move ELO game. At 21, please get present, otherwise we'll go to next list.
Looks like Dustin is probably going to have to let this one go unless he wants to get a little funky. He's been putting in some raises.
Everybody's been respecting his
Nope.
bets, but he thinks better about it versus 2 players.
JD checked back the flop, I believe.
There's a lot of chop
Yep.
cards that come.
And how good JD runs, I'm pretty sure this is going to be either a 5, a 7, or a 4.
A 5!
A 5. How did I know,
Aces and 5s for Jay
Because that's
Diggles.
how JD runs.
Niraj, the unfortunate recipient of some run bad.
And this is not going to work. You're never going to see these chips again. Unfortunately, they're going. Oh, he just calls. Okay. 2 pair is good. JD is a little concerned about the flush, considering that Niraj has been playing fairly tight. He probably considers that he's not betting there with too many hands he can get value from if he raises, so he just makes the call.
JD basically even for the night. That might have
All
put
right.
him over the.
The 5 on the river. No chop for JD. No, not this time.
Oh man, you called it. 5 on the
I knew it
river.
was going to be a 5, 7, or 4. He's going to find a way. He's the Texas Garrett Adelstein, man.
That's
He just
right.
finds a freaking way. I don't
That's
get
right.
it. You watch Garrett play on stream, and you're like, oh, man, he's getting cooler. And then, boom, he hits a card, and you're like, how does that
Gets the
happen?
max. But he's also can make huge laydowns too.
Yep. That's the best thing about Garrett is that he makes these ridiculously great folds that people cannot make. And he makes crazy good calls. I think his game has gotten even better from watching him. I watched a ton of Garrett in the past, like 2016, 17, 18 when he was
Live at
playing
the
on
bike,
stream.
yeah.
And then this last year or so, while he's been playing, I feel like he's gotten even better because he's making so many good decisions. It's amazing.
I mean, he's just so steeped in that high stakes live atmosphere that he's got to have these like proprietary methods for like getting reads and stuff that he's not willing to share with anybody.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
And he's just got it locked in to where he like knows how to win at that level.
Yep. He's extremely aggressive. Money doesn't seem to matter to him, which is the mindset you need to have.
Yeah,
he's
he'll
got
sit there
a
with
lot
$500,000 behind.
of hands, so many hands in his bank, And then he also runs like incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like you just see these hands. Now you don't know what happens after the stream or other times, but
He seems to be living okay.
yeah, of course. But
Jedi Master Ted says Garrett Adelstein is the JD of California. Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
There we go. Gary C. Lexo. I'm 14% body fat, 5'5", 130, and I bench 185 times 6.
I think he's
Fighting
trolling,
in the
probably.
streets. I think this guy said this last time I was on here. He said he benched 185 for 6 and was wondering if that is good, but it really depends on your, and this is what I said. So he's been listening, because last time I said it depends on your weight, your height, and he gives me everything. So if that's true, if you really are 5'5", 130 pounds, then 185 for 6 is impressive. Keep it up.
Yeah, more than your body weight for multiple
I'm
reps.
not sure if I believe it, but
yeah, it's a big old bag of salt to take with anything he says. Niraj, best of it, Ace Jack. Ace Jack
takes one down.
Plays
Okay.
that he out pips Dustin.
How long has Moneymaker been here? Been here for a while, right?
I think he was here initially for 6 or 7 months, then had his visa expired, went back, came back, and I'm assuming he's here for the same amount of time.
Got it. Running through the chat here.
Yeah, thanks to all the good questions in the chat. If you do have other questions for Sir Lexo, he's going to be here with us for the next 30 minutes.
Any poker questions?
Vlogging
Vlog,
questions.
YouTube.
What are your stats now for the vlog? How many subs you at?
We just made it to 38,000 subscribers, so
That's
trying to get to
awesome.
40,000 soon. Hopefully, that is the goal.
Everybody, shoot him a sub at Lex O Poker on YouTube.
Yeah,
it's not hard
guys
for you to
watch.
do.
It is frustrating though, because I get normally 40 to 60,000 views, so I'm getting much more views than I am subscribers, and I'm like, if you guys watch every week, why don't you subscribe? But I understand there's so many videos that I watch that I may not subscribe to. So
Just like scroll past.
yeah, of course, and YouTube does a great job at promoting those, so you just see them and you click on them. But there's some things that you don't want to subscribe to because they post too much. So I only post twice a week. It's not going to clutter up your feed. Hopefully the content is good quality as well. That's the goal.
Yeah, quality and consistency are the ways to win at YouTube, from what I hear. And it takes work. I mean, it is, it's got to be dope for those, massive YouTubers that are making big bucks, but it is work.
Yeah,
like you have to be a video editor, producer, writer.
Of course, yeah.
Promoter, digital marketer.
It does get difficult.
Ace 9 V10s. Brian's going to 3-bet JD 650, and JD instantly folds. Yeah, there's a link in the chat there from TCH Live Poker to subscribe to Lexo.
Great, thank you guys. If you want to see Texas Card House footage, go on my channel. I have a lot of videos from here. Me playing 2-5, 5-10, live stream games.
Yeah, it's a good look into the higher stakes games here.
I do a lot of content here. I think I've made at least 12 videos here, and I have another, I think 2 or 3 more before I leave, which is exciting.
Have you ever considered branching out content-wise to do other stuff that you're interested in?
Like another genre or something?
Yeah, working out. Or
yeah, I've considered, so Rampage is doing a personal vlog. So
I've seen that, yeah.
He's doing his own personal stuff, and it seems
he's
to
making
be,
a good bit.
Yeah, he's getting his poker people who like him enough to watch him personally, like myself. Like, I'll watch his personal stuff sometimes. So I considered, like, well, hey, if YouTube is so good, like, maybe I'll make a dog vlog where I'll just, like, follow my dog around. I'm like, I looked that up, and there's not that much
market for it.
I don't know, like, people love puppies, but they don't.
Right.
I don't know how much they want to just watch a dog
Grown
run
dogs.
around, So that's, that's one thing. Or I thought maybe I could just do, like, Lex O Poker life vlog, but that's just a ton of work.
And that's like, that turns into the kind of delusional, like, hey, everybody watch me do everything.
Exactly,
Because you totally care about what I'm eating. And
to be honest, though, like, at Brad's stage and right now, if he made a personal vlog, he would get
100,000
almost all
subs.
yeah, they would just all the what I would watch it.
And that's double money. Like
of course, yeah. And I think that it would be way more work for him. But if he made up his own little channel, Garage was not there because he had ace queen. Yeah, he's not at the table. Okay.
It's crazy, those guys, if they would outsource all their labor, they could scale so much higher as Brian flops 8s and 3s and Hallie with
got a hand here.
trip 3s with a king. Like, because they were in the booth with me last year, and they both were like, yeah, we still edit all of our own videos.
Yeah, but by doing that, you keep all the profit yourself. So
right.
That's the thing.
It's like the trade-off.
Yeah,
it's like how much.
And I like to do everything myself because I get 100% of everything. So I don't want to have an editor. I don't want to have someone doing things for me because I want to be able to keep everything myself.
Sure.
And it is more work. Like I'm at the poker table editing, which I'm going to do later, editing a video.
So you edit on your phone?
Yeah, I do everything on my phone. Yep.
You edit your vlogs on your phone?
Yep.
What do you use, like iMovie
I
or
use
something?
Splice. It's a great app.
That's dope.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought most people were using their computers.
Because I think
Full house
almost
here
all
for
of them
Hallie.
do.
I didn't realize that. I guess
I film everything on my phone. I just bought a G7X camera, so I now can transfer those videos over to my phone, and then you can do everything on your phone. It's basically a computer.
Yeah.
And I'd like to play
keeps you from having to
poker.
like transfer back and forth
of course.
with your.
It's much easier. I like to play poker and edit at the same time, so it's kind of like a double hourly, with my time.
That is wild.
Yeah. And I've gotten it down now.
You got a pretty good workflow.
Yeah, it takes about 2 hours or so to edit.
So $1,300 bet from Hallie with 3s full.
Ryan might put this in here. He's
having
having
a tough night. Yeah.
He might get frustrated. It's really tough. You're down money. You don't want to get pushed around. You don't want to get bluffed on the stream. I've been there numerous times. You don't want to make a bad fold. You think, hey, if I make this call, I can get closer to even. And he lets it go. Good fold. Nice. That's a tough one. Against Hallie, I think that's a great fold. You're beating a lot of draws that missed. 9, 10 of clubs. 5, 6. Yep. Good fold. It's tough to make the good decisions when you're running bad. I've noticed that. It's very tough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything is clouded.
Yeah.
And you also have this kind of bias that bad things are going to happen before they even happen.
That's kind of what gets into my head a lot, and that's really tough, and I'm trying to work on it. And I think
it feels
a lot
like
of
things actually do fulfill, like the self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. I think a lot of it for me is playing big games, that the money is, means something to me.
Yeah.
I can play them, but the money does mean something to me, which it's a trade-off. Like I think I can definitely play in a game like a 5, 10, 20 game, but that money is big. I could win a lot of money, but I could also lose a lot. So it's the trade-off of potentially making mistakes because the money means something to you. If the money means nothing to you, it's way easier to make decisions because you just try to go with your gut and what you've learned.
Raising ticket for JD with the ace-jack off, and we need less of that and more battling. That's the sick thing, going back to the G-Man. That's the sick thing about G-Man is like the 500,000 he's sitting behind is as if it does not matter.
Yeah, and he's not staked by anybody, which I think a lot of players who play that big are somewhat staked in some way or another by somebody. So he plays 100% of his action. It's incredibly, it's awesome. I mean, the fact that he can do that, very impressive.
Like, if in today's day and age, someone won back-to-back.
Just at a certain point, we were talking about Brado and Andrew and their growth. If they were to do, I don't see them having time to do much more.
So they just recently outsourced both of them to get editors.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So
Good.
So Andrew's been talking about an editor for a while, and I think he maybe worked with somebody, and then he stopped working with them.
Because it's kind of nuanced content.
Yeah, now he is working with an editor, and you can tell in his videos things are a little different. But Andrew doesn't post as much as Brad. But if I was Brad, I mean, I would have a whole team working for me because he's getting so many views.
He's got the money-making machine now.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, he could pump out a vlog a week or maybe even 2 a week, and just things are going really well.
And he just won some award for like Poker Personality of the Year or
poker
something.
Vlogger or Poker Personality of the Year, I think. The Battle of the Fours.
3-4 suited versus ace-4 spades. And
There's a
bottom
3 for JD.
pair for JD.
Finds the 3.
Doug F 412 kilo.
Hallie
Check maybe? Or Hallie's going to put out a bet.
just has a badoogie.
Check,
He's
check.
going to check back. Thanks for subscribing, James Wood.
JD turns a flush draw, got pair. He will check. Just trying to get the showdown, most likely.
Yeah, and Hallie doesn't want to deal with it. 350 in the pot. Comes a 6. 3's still good for JD. He probably doesn't want to deal with it either, but he might put 100 out there.
Ace high, no good. 3 is good. The pot in JD's direction. Yeah, it's interesting to watch Brad's videos now that he has an editor because things are different. And I actually don't really like the changes because you get so used to one thing. You know?
His
so
whole
you see the
format.
changes and you're like, you know. I mean, it's better for him if he can come out with more videos, but he's very far behind. He's like over a month and a half behind, which is
in
interesting.
content?
Yeah. He'll put out a video, like the video he put out yesterday, Brad, was filmed like January 5th.
Wow.
Because I was there at Aria for his meetup game. So he's, you know, he's got so much back lag with his videos. And that's one thing I'm trying to do the best at is having quick videos where like I'll play a session Saturday and I'll upload it Thursday. So it's people can kind of follow along
It's crazy
hopefully
because
quickly.
Brad still does the whole Vegas, like, show up at midnight,
Yeah.
play
yeah.
a cash session
saw him
till
there, yeah, yeah.
7 in the morning.
I think the
What a
reason
crazy
he does
schedule.
that, my opinion on that, because I was there Sunday, maybe 2 months ago, and I looked up and I saw Brad O. I'm like, oh shit, he's coming in. Can we cuss on here?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Because I've said the S word.
I mean, nothing's bleeped on here,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Go ahead.
So I see his name up there. I'm like, okay, he's coming in. This is great. And I looked, it's like 140. And I'm like, I guess he really does come in at this time. I was planning on leaving, but of course I stayed. And I think the reason he does that, he's so big, he's so popular that he wants to go in there when there's about 6 tables. If he goes in there on a Friday at 5 p.m., he's going to be swarmed by people.
And he's
because-
just like a regular dude.
no, I know.
That's-
He kind of walked in there, and immediately it was like boom, boom, boom.
People trying to talk to
Three
him.
people came up to him. And then I said hi to him, and I don't want to fanboy with him, but he came. He's super nice to me all the time. He came up to talk to me, but then like guy with picture, want picture.
That's
so
wild.
I'm assuming that some of it has to do with the fact that the games are better, which they
Yeah.
are. The late night games are better. Maybe his girlfriend's sleeping and he feels like he can get away during that time. But I think the real big reason is that he doesn't have to get
Be
over,
on.
over stimulated with all the people,
Yeah, it's like it's a double-edged sword in that he probably gets better action, and he's making a ton off of YouTube, but at the same time he's having to deal with, people bothering him.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're a person that benefits off of the attention of others, you should be grateful that people
Yeah,
are doing
it
that.
is tough, though,
But
yeah.
objectively, you can't just do that all day.
Yeah,
like you
it's
want to live
tough.
your own life,
Yeah,
you want to play
exactly.
your own game.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that people think that, I've had a couple comments that I played at a table with people, and they'll comment later like, "Oh, I played for 2 hours with Lex, and he was pretty boring." But it's like, what do you want me to do, man? I'm just playing poker.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not. It wasn't a meetup game, so it's like I've only done 1 or 2 of those. So I'm like, I'm not here to entertain. I'll talk to you, but
The vlogs are an interesting thing, kind of like podcasts, where if people listen to them enough, they feel like they know you.
yeah, of course.
And then have expectations for you
Yeah,
that
yeah,
you have
I
no
know.
clue about.
It's very odd because they do know me. They've seen me over
Heard
90,
you
80
kind of
times.
speak from the heart at
Yeah,
times.
they know my dog. They know where I'm living. They know a lot of things about me, but I don't know anything about them.
Right.
So they come up to me, and that's an interesting thing because they feel like they know me, and I don't know them. So it's a very odd scenario because it's not like you're seeing an old friend from high school or anything.
Somebody had a question earlier. Java G says, "Hey, Lexo, love your vlog and your poker insights. How do you stay focused at the table? Do you ever find yourself getting distracted and missing action while socializing or video editing?"
Yeah, I think I do. Obviously, the video editing on the phone is not the best for picking up live tells or watching players. I would only edit my videos when I'm playing just easier games. So if I'm playing like a 10-25 game, I won't be editing on my phone.
Yeah.
Because I want to be concentrating on that. But if it's a 2-5 game or a 5-10 game, I feel confident that I can just edit on my phone and not miss too much action. But I've also been playing here at Texas Card House for like 3 months, so I understand more, you know, the player styles too. But if I'm getting, I mean, I definitely get bored, obviously. People get bored trying to focus. I'll take a break. I'll walk around.
Sure.
I'll get a drink. I'll go to the bathroom, try to, you know, get up out of your chair, not just sitting for 4 or 5 hours straight. I try not to watch too many movies. I don't want to be that guy that's watching movies on his phone, but sometimes you have to do that. Gotta watch a TV show.
For sure. And at your games, are they still doing the bomb pots and stuff?
Yeah, 2-5 bomb pot every half an hour. I've been playing them sometimes. I was somewhat anti-bomb pot because I've lost a couple big ones, and I've never played bomb pots, and it's like it's a PLO bomb pot, so it was tough for me to get used to. So I was a little bit against them, just like playing them, but I know it's a huge Texas thing, so
Yeah.
I think that they're good for the game, but I also think sometimes it slows down the game. But if people like them, then of course I want to make the people happy.
Have you developed any strategy towards those?
I mean,
Because there's not much out there.
PLO is just, you got to be so careful. Things change so often. Then now you add double board, and everybody, it's just a recipe for disaster, which is why people like it so much. But I mean, I've gotten to the point now where, which is another reason I don't always like them as much, because you basically just put in $15 and hope you flop something huge, and then just try to pot it until the board changes, you know. And most of the time you're just going to flop nothing. But the other day I flopped 2 sets and 2 flush draws, which was fun.
Nice.
It's always fun when you flop a big hand. Like,
And
you
getting
fold
paid.
forever, and then boom, you hit a set and a set, or you hit like straight and set, and you're like, all right, this is it. This is the big pot.
It's so like, if you lose them, it puts a terrible taste in your mouth. But if you win some of them, you're like, okay, I get it. No,
Yeah,
it's like,
of course, yeah, it's super. It's a lot of fun when you win them. There's pluses and minuses. I've heard multiple things where, like, you know, it's great for the game because it provides action and gets more money on the table sometimes. But in my opinion, sometimes it's tough because, let's say, you know, Moneymaker and Dustin are playing a bomb pot and it takes like 5 minutes. Of course, they're having fun. It's a big pot, but the rest of the guys are just kind of like falling asleep, you know? I mean, maybe you're watching, but... And then when you go back to No Limit, it's like, okay, we got to get the juices rolling.
and oftentimes it's for a chop. Like,
yeah, that's
you know.
another thing that's tough. But it also creates a big pot, and then sometimes you get scooped, and now all the money's going this way. This guy's on tilt. He rebuys, you know, the game gets crazy. So it definitely, I suck at the bomb pot, so someone needs to make a book about that.
The $100 straddle's on from Brian. He's trying to run it up a
Yep.
bit.
He needs a double up.
Hallie with the
Hallie is
queen
going to
jack
be
of
raising
clubs.
here. This game's been bumped. 25, 50, $100 straddle. Hallie makes it $250 on the button. JD folds. Brian 10-8 offsuit and lets it go. Huh. All right. Moneymaker still in the lead, up over 20,000. What a night.
Must
What a night.
be nice.
Straddle round now.
Let's freaking go. This is a huge poker game now.
And this is the tough thing, you know, the difference between this game and the Wednesday game. It's a massive difference with the action sometimes because this game is huge, you know, and the players are almost always, you know, more experienced. So you don't really see them making the crazy mistakes and plays as you do sometimes in the other games, which could lead to a little bit slower, but you see some massive pots here.
Yeah, there's a much larger player pool for Wednesday night,
Yep.
so there's a higher chance of maybe less experienced players, but that's still a pretty big game.
I played that game last Wednesday. It was amazing. It was great.
Yeah, you brought a
So
ton of
much.
viewers, too. Like,
Yeah,
generally
yeah,
Wednesday night, it's
yeah.
like 500 or 600 viewers.
People want to see me lose, man. They like
yeah,
it.
just rooting for your demise.
Yeah. If they came, I think Cooper came and said, you know, we got a lot more likes and views, like almost double. And I thought to myself, well, that's because I lost every time I was here. People want to watch me lose again.
That's peak entertainment
Yeah.
to see a vlogger
They're
just go down
a lot
in
of
flames.
the time, like, they root for a vlogger. Like, Rampage Mariano, it was just like they're rooting for them to lose, and I don't
People
really know why. but
love
yeah,
to root for Rampage to dust off.
to punt. Yep. I mean, and in his, I know, I guess undefense, he does kind of come out with the folding is boring and and ram punts. So, you know, he kind of portrays that image.
Trying to capitalize on it, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Moneymaker's going to open up the deuces.
He's also had some crazy results, too.
Yeah,
Like he
of
took
course.
down that massive
He
Venetian
plays
tournament.
very high variance.
Yeah, and then he's playing these massive, like, hustler games. And
Yeah, you can't fault him for.
he was playing 1-2 like 3 years ago.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something.
It's huge. I mean, he put it out there, and I got to give them credit. They lost a ton of money. They lost a ton of money, but they were not boring. You know, when they played on those big streams in Texas and in LA, they were not boring to watch. Like him and Mariano. Now, of course, they did, you know, kind of make some questionable plays and lost, I think, $40,000 each, but at least they weren't boring.
Chris Sturdy says, I'd say the Bex blast off was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Sometimes you bluff into the nuts. It happens. It's happened to everybody. Hey Lex, where do you all sit when commentating? I'm actually sitting on Ben's lap right now.
That's right. It's a
guys
little
can't
cramped in
see
here.
It's like Santa Claus.
That's right. It's kind of hazards of the job.
Yep.
No, we actually are in this pretty small closet booth, 2 doors down from the stage, and you know, soundproofed. There's no windows or anything, and we just get to sit here under the fluorescent lights. And
no air conditioning apparently. Either.
no, it's pretty brutal back here sometimes. It's either super hot or super cold.
I'm sweating it out for you guys.
Yeah.
You know? For the chat.
Yeah, I've never, in terms of air conditioning, I've never been comfortable in this room. It's either like brutally cold or
You
brutally.
step outside, you're like, oh, that's
like, oh,
what
this
fresh
is-
air.
yeah.
I was like, okay. It's all right. It makes us mentally tough.
That's right.
We can
Good
appreciate.
character building as always.
We can appreciate it. Santa Ben. Yep.
First time I've been called that.
He's waiting for his beard to grow out for next Christmas.
That's right. I
time.
wish I could grow a beard.
Maybe when you turn 33.
Maybe so. Maybe that's when the puberty will kick in.
All right. Another straddle here by JD. 25, 25, 50, 100.
4 blinds, 200 in there before any cards are dealt.
Is there a delay on this stream, Patrick? Yes. 15 minutes? Is that
Yeah,
right?
usually about 15 minutes.
15 minutes so that nobody has an advantage. Cannot see anybody's cards.
So yeah, we can't see anything out in the room. We're seeing this footage the same as y'all are.
Here we go. We got a raisable hand here on the button. Niraj. Ace 10 suited. Fumbling around with the chips. Whoa.
It's my birthday. I don't really have any place to go.
300. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good.
And in classic Niraj Bhatia fashion, this dude is such a baller. On his birthday, he tipped $500 for the live stream, folks.
What a nice guy.
Very generous. Thank you, Niraj. Happy birthday.
Moneymaker, 3 bets with the jacks. Okay. Here we go. You said they're friends, him and Niraj?
Yeah, I don't know how, but I'm
Okay.
assuming he's playing cards. But yeah, Moneymaker came up to me before the stream. He's like,
Well,
"Hey,
this
it's Niraj's
sizing,
birthday."
I think it's going to get a fold. He looks like he's folding here, but we would like to see a flop. There we go. It's your birthday. Come on, get in there.
He's got a royal draw.
right.
The Moneymaker's got him blocked.
Yep.
Super chat, guys.
All right. I mean, the way Moneymaker's running, I think it's going to come ace jack something. All low cards. Nothing for Niraj. Got out cheap.
Checks it over to Niraj.
Yeah, this board is not good for his range, as the kids like to call it. 4, 5, 6, all diamonds. He's just not going to have many strong hands when he 3-bets here.
5 of hearts.
Basically, I mean, he can have some ace-king suited, ace-queen suited, ace-jack of diamonds. And puts them all in. Polarized bet, hoping that Niraj has something on this board.
It's a good bet. I think it's a good bet.
It is a good bet. Now, can't call it ace-high, unfortunately.
William Powell says, Lex, will you be playing at TCH this weekend?
Yep.
We'll be there Thursday through Sunday, firing in some streets, and I'm a huge fan of the vlog.
Yep, William, I will be playing potentially Friday later. Saturday night, I'll be here filming a vlog. We're trying to get some bigger games running. I don't know how big you can play, William, but If you want to play like a 5-10 game and be on the vlog on Saturday, I'll be here.
Let's go.
Either Saturday or Sunday I'll be filming, so it looks like you're here for both of those days.
It looks like that was the last 2-card hand, and we're playing a $500.
Nathan Baker says, go hop in there, Lex. Do you want to give me some money, Nathan? I will do it. Just lend me $12,000.
$500 PLO flip coming to you, folks. Thanks to everybody that joined us tonight. Thanks to Derek Data Ing for commentating the first 2 hours, and the one and only Lexo for joining us in the booth tonight. Very good times, a lot of fun insights, and I know people appreciate getting a look into vlogger world. So that's everyone's favorite poker content.
I like to mix it up and be behind the scenes and get to watch some poker.
For sure.
A lot less stressful back here.
That's right. Sure. I mean, it's not your money at risk.
All right. Moneymaker's got the top 2 pair. All right. I just think there's going to be oh no, Moneymaker and JD have the same hand. Straight flush.
Somebody has a flush. Brian
takes it down. All right.
So a little consolation prize.
Okay. Not bad. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm actually playing tomorrow on the Wednesday stream. If you guys want to watch me lose or win money, I'll be playing 4 hours tomorrow night.
That'll be at 6 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. Chris started event, $4.99 super chat on the way out. Lex, play a midday session during the week, please.
All right, I'll try.
Chris Sturdy fires those 2-5 streets. And for everybody else, thanks for watching and subscribing, hitting the like button, all that good stuff. If you haven't already, follow Lex O Poker on Instagram, and also subscribe to his YouTube channel at Lex O Poker. Again, for everybody at Texas Card House, we'll be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Central Time. Lex will be playing.
Yep.
But until then, hope everybody has a good night.